Mayor, we are streaming.
Excellent. Today is June 1st, 2021, and this is our regular Flagstaff City Council meeting calling to order. And just like to give notification to the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session on any of the agendized items for legal advice discussion. Roll call, please, Ms. Salzberg.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
Here.
Excellent. Councilmember Shimoni, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
It'd be my honor. Please stand if you're able to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. And then, so Councilmember Salas, would you please read our mission statement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 4, which is the approval of minutes from previous meetings. 4A is consideration approval of minutes for the City Council work sessions on January 26, 2021, regular meeting on March 16th, executive session on March 26th, executive session for March 30th, work session of March 30th, executive session of April 6th, executive session of April 13th, work session of April 27th, and executive session of May 4th, and the executive session of May 11th. Council, do you have any concerns over the minutes before approval? I motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. McCarthy.
All right. I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilman McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those who approve?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries. Before we get started here and get into the one public participant, I wanted to take a moment of silence regarding Friday night, life lost, and the many people that are affected by Friday's bicycle party that turned into a tragedy, as well as other tragic events that occurred last week that took the lives of individuals in our community. If you'd bow your heads for me for a little time, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to agenda item number 5, which is our public participation. And I understand we do have one caller. If we'd like to tap them in, please.
Mr. John Daly, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, my name is John Daly. I live at 1726 North Navajo Drive, and today I'm commenting on the tragedy that struck our town on Friday. What occurred on Friday was not an accident. It was the inevitable consequence of a long succession of policy choices made in this town. For too long, there has been lofty yet empty rhetoric. There have been emergencies declared and endless talk. Also, there has been a total lack of urgency to implement real structural changes to the fabric of our city. Forward-thinking cities in this country are reducing speed limits, replacing existing lanes with dedicated bus and bike lanes, pedestrianizing entire areas of their downtowns, and in general, creating a built environment that stops treating people that are not in cars as second-class citizens, but not in Flagstaff. In Flagstaff, we don't do any of these things. It's too much trouble and expense to clear the ice out of bike lanes or repair bumps sidewalks, or repaint pedestrian crossings, and yet we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on road widening projects to funnel more cars into the city center. We need only to travel to other comparably sized cities with comparable goals to see how poorly we are performing by comparison. And no, we are not the only city in the world that gets snow. Going back to my point that Friday was a consequence of the accidents, in the last couple of years, the city spent over $500,000 on the intersections on Butler. Do you know what that money bought? It wasn't to make the intersection safer or make them more convenient for buses or pedestrians. No, it was to synchronize the lights to make traffic move faster, because heaven forbid there be anything that slows down large vehicles as they barrel through the heart of our town. On Friday, we saw the consequences of planning a city around avoiding inconvenience for motorized traffic. I encourage all of you to reevaluate where we go from here. The citizens are engaged and fed up, and we shouldn't feel unsafe in our own town. In terms of concrete actions, I encourage this body to lean into the active transportation master plan. It's a good start, but it doesn't go far enough, and it doesn't go fast enough. In terms of going far enough, clear direction from elected officials that active transportation is a key priority will enable the preparation of a plan that puts the safety and convenience of these uses above that of polluting and high-impact uses. And funding needs to follow that. The draft of the plan hopes to execute these items in the next 10 or 20 years, which is unacceptable. We clearly have plenty of money, as evidenced by the hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on infrastructure that deepens our dependence on fossil fuels and single-occupancy vehicles. Why these projects are continuing despite our city committing to a climate action plan that reduces vehicle miles traveled is beyond me. In closing, my hope is that each of you find the courage to upset the status quo and do the right thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daly. I appreciate those comments. This does bring us to agenda item number 6, which is our liquor license public hearing. We're at 6A is the consideration and action on liquor license application, Jeffrey Craig Miller, Fry's Fuel Center number 104, 1322 East Route 66, or a Series 10, which is beer and wine store license. It's a new license. I'd like to open up the public hearing now and hear from staff briefly on this particular license.
Thank you, Council Mayor. I'm Sergeant Ryan Turley with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding the application in front of you. I found no derogatory records for any of the applicants nor the business, and I believe the applicants are present as well. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, did you need to jump in here?
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to check, Mayor, you did call 6A, the application at Fry's Fuel Center. I wanted to make sure that opened public hearing also captures item 6B, Cinder's Liquors. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant, was there a request to speak by the applicant, or shall we press on? Ms. Wilbar?
Mayor, we do not have any public comment regarding this. You, of course, may ask questions of the applicants. They are both available online, the agents for both, if you have any questions for them.
All right, thank you. Council, do we have any questions or comments? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank the applicants for showing up today, because sometimes we do have questions, but thank you.
Excellent. And since we did open this up for both of these liquor license applications, I just wanted to confirm that that there was no derogatory remarks on either of the liquor license applicants. Is that just confirmed?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. No derogatory records found for any of the applicants on both of the license applications for you before you.
Excellent. Well, then collectively, if there's not any further comments or questions from council, I'd have to close the public hearing and motion to approve both liquor licenses. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion by myself, seconded by Vice Mayor Daggett. Any further discussion? All that approve?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. We're now down to agenda item number 7, which is our consent items. Unless otherwise noted, I'd like to motion to approve all of the consent items as one, unless council would like to pick on any one of these out for further questions or comments. I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so I'd like to entertain a second motion on the consent items.
I will second.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to agenda item number 8, our routine items. 8A is the consideration and approval of contract reimbursement agreement with Gentera Enterprises LLC. Development of 31.45 acres adjacent to Flagstaff Pulliam Airport. The staff recommended action is to have council approve this reimbursement agreement with Gentera LLC. Agreement is intended to minimize financial risk to both parties while cost and time are incurred to research development options and craft a master development agreement and/or ground lease, including master development services for the Pulliam Airport 31.45 acre parcel. Mr. Fitchett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Fitchin. I'm your Business Attraction Manager, and I have a brief presentation for you tonight about this current reimbursement agreement, as well as some background and history of the 31.5 acre parcel, and as well as what is coming. Can you all see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay. So just a brief overview of the presentation this evening. I'm just going to go into some background and history of the parcel and what we've done over really the last 12 months to get to this point. Then I'm going to dive into some of the key provisions outlined within the reimbursement agreement, and then I will close with what is coming next to you all once we get this through. So as far as background and history of the site, this is a 31.5 acre site that is just adjacent to the Flagstaff Pulliam Airport. It's zoned highway commercial currently, and it is a designated opportunity zone. And this is kind of an aerial view if you haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure all of you have. Getting into some of the timeline, some of the work that has been done previously thus far is we had a request for statement of qualifications that was posted to our Planet Bids in August of 2020. That deadline to receive applications closed in September. Our evaluation team then reviewed the applicants that we had for this RSOQ, and we received council direction to begin negotiating with the highest scoring candidate from this process in December of 2020. Sorry, that is a typo there. That should say 2020, not 2021. And since that we received that council direction, we then began negotiations with Gentera Enterprises LLC in January of this new year, as they were the highest scoring candidate. As far as the reimbursement agreement goes, some of the key provisions, as you'll see outlined, there's a $100,000 maximum reimbursement to Gentera for third-party consultant work. Should the city decide to move in a different direction with this parcel, or if a master development agreement cannot be reached, no reimbursement will need to occur should neither of those two things that I just mentioned happen. If a reimbursement does wind up being necessary, all necessary funds shall be paid from the airport contingency fund, thus illustrating the $100,000 maximum limit. Some other key provisions within this contract is the city maintains the right to review and approve all possible reimbursement requests at its discretion, meaning that we have outlined within this contract some things that would be designated as appropriate reimbursable costs, such as costs to be paid to the third-party professionals to assist in creating a development plan, professional consultants needed to develop that plan, costs as far as concept planning, design, and engineering, and there are a few more illustrated within the contract. And if reimbursement should occur with this, all of that work that was paid for via the reimbursement, the city will maintain a right to that. So we are entitled to all of the applicable work that would be paid out should this reimbursement occur. So lastly, what's next is staff in Gentera is immediately negotiating a term sheet and a ground lease agreement for this parcel. That's the next step in this process once we have this reimbursement contract finished. The term sheet and the ground lease, the key portion of those two agreements is it's going to discuss revenue sharing from the leasing of this parcel. Once we get to that point, this ground lease will then come to council for final approval. So you will all be hearing from me again here relatively soon. And then lastly, the final agreement in this process is the master development agreement, which will be the last major component that is needed before development and groundbreaking can actually begin on this parcel. So with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions you may have, council, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fitchett. Councilmember Salas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fitchett. I have a question about the ownership of the third-party studies. Because it's this is one of the reimbursable items. So should the Gentera hire a third-party service provider that will conduct studies such as, engineering, land use, concept plan, and some other technical studies that will be used for the master plan? Who will own those reports and studies? Will the city own it, or will Gentera own the studies?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Salas. So the city will have rights to whatever those studies produce. So if there's a concept plan or design or engineering standards that come about, and for whatever unfortunate reason should occur where we are no longer working with Gentera, the city will have access to all of that that data or reporting or statistics that were generated, so that we can use it to move forward in another effort should we continue down this path, and if those materials would be needed later on. So the city would have access to those. You're correct.
Thank you, Mr. Fitchett. Council, do we have other questions regarding this agenda item? I don't see anything, so I'll jump in here. I'm just a little confused here how this minimizes the city's risk. I see how this minimizes Gentera's risk, but if you could further explain why exactly this $100,000 contingency is somehow helping the city, I'd really like to know about it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the question. It's a great one. So the reason for this reimbursement agreement is really to show a good faith effort from the city that we're going to continue down this process of developing the 32 acres as outlined in the request for statement of qualifications. So this is, again, providing that good faith effort and partnership with our selected agency, Gentera LLC. And because of that, it's really just reassuring them that we're committed to continuing down this process. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but it's really just a good faith effort and partnership on our end to say that we are committed to this. But should the city decide to not pursue what was outlined in the RSOQ for this parcel, then reimbursement would need to occur. And that's mainly for the time, effort, and money that Gentera needs to put in to get the ball rolling on their end, as well as for us on this large parcel. This is a major development, being the 31.45 acres that it is. So to ensure that their time and money and energy is not going to be misplaced, that thus is the purpose for this reimbursement agreement.
Okay, well, from what I'm hearing, really it's a matter of the city putting $100,000 contingency for their risks as opposed to ours. And we've already unanimously last time stated that this is from council, that we're ready to pursue this master plan with this current, with Gentera. I'm a little concerned because then, as it's stated, we're giving $100,000 contingency that inevitably, if we don't approve of what their consultant produces and provides to us, now we're on the hook for $100,000. And to be frank, that doesn't sit well for me. I don't see any benefit to the city by doing this add-on. So that's where I'm at personally. I don't see why we need to be dropping $100,000 as contingency risk for them without. It doesn't seem like there's any stated benefit aside from getting on us the hook to be able to do what they want through their own consultants, as opposed to something that we may differ on if down the road what comes to our plate is something that doesn't sit well with council. Mr. McIntyre, you want to comment on that?
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Council. Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director. I think one of the reasons that we talked about it as actually limiting our risk is originally the request had been for significantly more than $100,000 in reimbursable expenses, and so we negotiated down to the $100,000, partly because that's what was available in the contingency line. The real difficulty is that so much of the master development agreement and the ground lease has to be done after a certain amount of due diligence is in place, that it's difficult for us to proceed to a space where we can even finish the negotiations without certain costs being brought on board. And we're finding that it's difficult for us. We asked for a partner who was going to be able to cover all these expenses, but at the same time, they're just worried that if we walked away and decided, you know what, this is too complicated, we want to go in a different direction, that they would have put out a significant amount of funding. So we are limiting our risk by saying we want to be able to approve everything up front. So any reimbursable expenses, we get to talk to them about first, and we have to limit it to this smaller amount. That's actually making it somewhat more difficult for us to get to the final ground lease in some ways, because we aren't going to be able to do as much pre-development work as a part of the negotiation. But it's really the only risk that we could take on is to use this contingency line. So does that help at all?
Yeah, that helps further explain. Thank you. I appreciate the commentary. Was this originally, I'm sorry, I looked it up, but was this in the original RSOQ that this was going to be in the realm of possibilities, or is this just an add-on from when we were last discussing this in December?
So within the RSOQ, it speaks that we're looking for a partner who will be able to cover these costs. And again, these reimbursable expenses are only if we don't reach an agreement in the future, mostly due to the city walking away. So without cause on their side, that's when things would become reimbursable. So the RSOQ asked for a partner who could take on all these costs. They are still taking on those costs unless we walk away without their cause. So it's hedging their bets that there may be a decision to just change our mind, which, to be candid, has happened in the past on certain projects. And so if the city maintains the course, then we do not pay any reimbursement towards this. It is all theirs, and that's what the RSOQ asked for.
All right, understood. Well, thank you, Mr. McIntyre. I appreciate the further explanation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Council, do we have any further questions or comments? Councilmember Salas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make a motion, may I ask to refresh my memory in terms of timelines and deliverables from Gentera?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Salas. There has not been an official, Gantt chart or timeline that has been agreed to at this point yet. As outlined in the presentation, the next step is going to be the ground lease, which both parties are interested in completing as quickly as possible. I can't put a exact date on that, but we hope to bring that to you certainly within the next 2 to 3 months at the latest. And then that will capture some of the other deliverables and timeline that you were referring to before we actually reach the master development agreement. But that is the next step in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Fitchett. Mayor, if I may, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go right in.
Yes, I move to approve the reimbursement agreement with Gentera Enterprise LLC development of 31.45 acres adjacent to Flagstaff Bullion Airport.
Second, McCarthy.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Salas, seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Nay? That motion carries. We are down to agenda item 8B. This is the consideration and approval of municipal services accounts, miscellaneous accounts receivable, transaction privilege tax, and insufficient funds write-offs, delinquency and uncollectible accounts for fiscal year 2020-21. Staff recommended action is to approve the write-off of delinquent and uncollectible municipal service accounts, miscellaneous account receivables, transaction privilege tax accounts, and insufficient funds in the combined amount of $277,468.38. City staff.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I am Rick Tatter, your Management Services Director and City Treasurer for the City of Flagstaff. Tonight, we're going to have a brief discussion about the write-offs that we are proposing Council accept for this fiscal year, as well as we want to talk about the collection process and how things have changed during this pandemic timeframe, and seek direction at the end of the presentation from Council for moving forward with collections. The annual write-offs is an annual process that the city goes through. Sorry about that. As a business practice, it's very common across organizations to write off accounts that are very unlikely to be collected, to remove those as current receivables off of your balance sheets. This is done after a very extensive process that our collection team puts through. The staff summary walks through some of those steps we take to collect on these reports, on these past dues, but occasionally we just cannot get any collections done. And when possible, we do apply these to customers and businesses' credits, their credit reports. So for this fiscal year, staff is recommending a write-off of $277,468.38. The breakdown of those accounts go from the municipal service bills, which I am very pleased and proud of the work that this team does to assure we collect our revenues for the services that we deliver in our community. This is a 10-year low, 10 plus years. I couldn't go back and find anything lower as far as the percentage of write-offs for us. We're recommending writing off just over $46,000 in accounts. And this is about 0.11% of the total accounts that we billed during the last fiscal year. We have 166 accounts that we're writing off, and of the breakdown of that, 158 of them are residential type customer accounts, and eight of those are commercial accounts. For our miscellaneous accounts receivable, that covers a lot of different bills that we send out in our community for leases and so forth. Again, this is a very low write-off percentage, and we're just writing off about just over $5,000 from these accounts. Again, great work from our collections team. And you can see the percentage, 0.03% of total accounts billed. Very impressive. And we are writing off 3 business accounts and 2 individual accounts this year. The last major group I want to talk about is our sales tax accounts. And to note that these are the sales tax accounts that the city had on its books prior to the Arizona Department of Revenue taking over sales tax collections. So that was January 1st, 2017. When they took over our collections of our tax revenues, we had a balance of just over $900,000. which we continue to work and will continue to work over the next several years. As of the beginning of this fiscal year, we had a balance of about $555,000. Staff in this last fiscal year were able to collect almost $90,000 of this receivable balance, and they continue to manage many active payment arrangement plans with our businesses that are in our community. So for this year, we are requesting a write-off because these are several accounts that are no longer in business and we cannot find any contact to get a hold of them to start paying on these accounts. We're recommending writing off $225,000, just over that. It equals 32 accounts, and we have a breakdown of those. 12 of them were in the construction-related business. 9 were restaurants and bars. 8 were retail-type businesses. And 3 of them were advertising or commercial rental properties. Next, I want to walk through what our collection process is and why our accounts were so low in collections, and how it looked prior to pandemic and after pandemic. And I'll just briefly go through these. The customer receives their first bill with a zero balance on their account. And then 30 later, if they did not make any payments on their accounts, they'll receive a second bill with a note on it that it has a past due amount that the customer should pay. Should we not receive a payment within 34 days, approximately 34 days, after that first bill, we'll send a postcard just to remind them and give them the notification that they need to contact us, make a payment for their past due account. After 41 days have gone past from that first bill, our collection team reviews and runs a report on accounts with past dues. We review them to see if there's been any customer contacts and phone calls, if a payment plan may have been set up for that customer, to see if there's an activity that we would not want to disconnect their services for. After a 45-day period, we then send this list of disconnect services to our meter services supervisor and his team. These would be the ones that have not made a payment plan, have not contacted the city, but have a past due amount. After the 45th day, their water services are disconnected and a door hanger is left to give them instructions on how to reactivate their account. This refers them to customer service, our team at City Hall, to work with them to get the water turned on as quickly as possible, to reestablish the service, potentially make a payment arrangement, and move forward with that account. So that was our status prior to the pandemic. Post-pandemic, starting last March, mid-March, we basically eliminated the last several steps. We do continue to go through sending the bills out, the first bill, second bill, past dues, as well as 34 days after that first bill, we do send a postcard reminder, just assuring them that they need to make a payment on their accounts. The rest has changed. At the 45-day period, we are providing an updated door hanger for our customers. This explains that we would like to make sure we continue water and trash and sewer services for them during this pandemic as the emergency exists in our community. We do request that they contact our customer service team to work with their account to see how we can help them and potentially work on payment arrangements for them. We also do our best to provide several agencies that do provide rent relief and utility relief in our community, hoping that we can get them the best assistance they can to bring their accounts up to current. If there is no contact from the customer, we keep the water active. We don't do any further action as far as discontinuing their services, but we continue to send the postcards on a monthly basis to the customers. but we want to assure their water is on and they are safe during the pandemic. We have notified many of our customers that have a past due amount. We've sent this through our municipal bills, as well as it is available for those who are getting paper bills as well as electronic bills, a link to get these services and assistance in their community. Here we've listed 4 agencies in our communities that are helping our citizens and our utility customers. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program also includes utility assistance. This is operated by the Department of Economic Security. This is from the CARES Act funding. And to date, we have 16 accounts that have received just over $10,000 in assistance for their accounts. We partnered with a nonprofit company to help our citizens also. Access H2O is a nonprofit account that works with individuals, and they will assist and possibly pay for several months of the customer's back balance should they meet certain requirements. Currently, we have 2 accounts that have received just over $500. The third one, the Coconino County Community Services, they've been in existence for a long time, but just this last fiscal year, they have been receiving funding and they've been helping customers. They have helped 39 of our accounts with past due balances for just over $18,000. St. Vincent de Paul is another community partner that we refer individuals to. They have been able to assist 30 accounts for almost $9,000 this last year. And of course, payment arrangements can always be made through our friendly customer service staff at the number listed there, 213-2231. Here is a snapshot of the flyer and what we send out to our customers, outlining the several opportunities that they have to get the assistance they need. It has the websites as well as phone numbers should they like to go down that path. So that talks about process and what we're doing for our community, and we're looking for staff council direction on moving forward. Staff at this point recommends that we restart the disconnection process for customers that make no payment arrangements with the City of Flagstaff, or those who have broken payment arrangements and do not reestablish them. We want to continue to provide extended and flexible payment plans. We've gone with payment plans up to a year during this time frame. We have not normally done them for that length of period, but we're trying to work our best with our customers with flexible payment plans. One thing that this really does benefit us is it will help us identify if we have a municipal billing customer that has possibly moved out of their rental place or sold their home, but did not contact us to notify us that they've moved out. Just recently, we sent a letter out to customers, and we've had, I think, 2 customers reply saying they did not realize they had to turn the service into their account. So we may have others out there that have just moved and the bill does not belong to them at this time. To date, we have, I think, in excess of 50 customers that have not reached out to us in a communication or created a payment arrangement on their account. So we're looking to help them at least get the information for agencies that can support them and get some contact and payment arrangements set up with those individuals. But we can't do this unless we get them to act and make those payment arrangements with us. Really the best tool for us at this point is a disconnection process. So with that, that's where we stand related to collections and our write-ups, and I am here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tatter. Council, do we have additional comments, questions? Or motions if no comments and questions? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rick, for the presentation. I just wanted to thank you and the staff involved with this approach. I think y'all have done an excellent job, and I appreciate the flexibility that we provided the community. I don't know how to move forward with those 50-some accounts, Mayor, and I'm curious to hear what the rest of council thinks we should do. Yeah, I just want to express gratitude to the team for their efforts in working with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question for you. So we have the 50 accounts now in a typical year, non-COVID, non-post-COVID. How many accounts do we have delinquent that there is a possibility of disconnect?
Oh boy, I did not bring those types of numbers with me today. I do have Sharon Gonzalez, our billing and collections manager, on the line. I'm not sure, if, Sharon, if you have that information.
I do not have it ready at my fingertips, Rick, but I will get it for you.
Okay. Or Jessica Hewlett, our customer service manager who works with our meter services team. I don't know if you have maybe an average per month of accounts that we tend to disconnect on a monthly basis.
Hi, Rick. Thanks. It was more of a continuous process. So we would have maybe 20 per week, so 5 a day or so that we would work. So accounts didn't stay on the list as they are now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, thank you. That helps. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, I think there's two issues here. One is, do we want to approve this agenda item? And then the second is give some recommendation to staff about should we continue the policy of not shutting off accounts when they're not paid. So on the first item, I move to approve item 8B, which is to write off delinquent and uncollectible accounts.
I will second that motion, Councilmember McCarthy. And then, yes, we can do the discussion aspect as presented on this slide here in a sec, but let's, do the write-off as agendized real quick. So I second that motion. Is there any further discussion on that specific part of this? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. And I'd be happy to get other council members' opinions on this particular slide in front of us right now.
So, Mayor, I would support the first bullet.
Mr. Tatter, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just also want to assure that, we're going to put a process in that our goal is to put a door hanger on one day, give them a 24-hour notice at least, which means basically the next business day, and turn off their service the early next day, so we get them time to come in and make those payments. Our goal is to get the water back on quickly, should we have customers that need the water services. But we know we need to give them ample information, time, and give them opportunity. So I just wanted to share that additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatter. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I ask my question, let me just dedicate this time and space to articulate my gratitude and appreciation of our staff, especially our revenue staff who've been working diligently and painstakingly in collecting taxes from way back in 2017, and that was displayed in the report in the presentation earlier, and also spoke to their excellent work, and they got the champions of Flagstaff award not so long ago. So my question is, if we're giving away 24-hour if we're giving 24-hour notice to disconnect the water service, do we have a 24/7 phone line for customers to call to reach out and at least make that connection with the city and set up a payment plan before we disconnect their services?
We have a payment website that they can make a payment 24 hours a day. So they do have that opportunity. During business hours, they can also contact us for the payment arrangements. After an account is terminated, that day, during business hours, they can contact us to assure payment arrangement or make a payment online or come into City Hall when we're open. After hours, they can contact the city and water services crew from distribution will go and reactivate accounts for customers when payments are made. So we do have the after-hour opportunity for people to turn the water back on.
So is that line 24/7 open?
Yes, they have a 24/7 customer service line available. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we're getting into this discussion of whether or not to restart disconnect process, I have some lingering sort of larger questions, and I would like some help thinking through this a little bit. I don't know exactly what question to ask, but what I would like to do is just take a moment to take stock of the fact that just because we're coming out of the pandemic from a public health perspective doesn't necessarily mean we're coming out of the economic recession that it caused, especially for the people that are most vulnerable and most likely to be targeted by the answer to this question. So I'm wondering if Sarah's around, if she can talk about what it looks like in the Biden budget, just in terms of economic relief programs that are in place, an update on housing assistance, and other applicable considerations we should be talking about. I don't want to make the mistake of coupling the emergence from the pandemic with an emergence of our most vulnerable citizens no longer needing the sort of assistance that we've been providing them for the reasons we've been providing them, if that makes sense. I don't know that we're coming out of this yet for those people under these circumstances in a way that makes this conversation particularly timely or pertinent for today. I'd rather have this conversation several months from now, once we know more. But does anybody want to comment on that?
I know I don't have numbers as far as funding provided through the CARES Act, and I think there may be some through the American Rescue Plan Act also for housing, rental, and utility assistance. But the Department of Economic Security received a hefty amount of funding through this process.
And how long is that going to last?
I don't have numbers on that one, but we can definitely look to see how much they've utilized at this time. But our intention is to keep the water on, and we will work payment arrangements. If they can't make a payment, we'll see what they can work on and bring forward. But we just want that active communication. When we don't hear from somebody, we don't know if they're still there, if they've moved on.
I understand the nuance of that.
But we want to keep the water on, for sure. And I see Sarah Dar has a comment. I delayed long enough.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure I have much more to add other than the path that Water Services is describing is one we are preparing to embark on as well with our Housing Authority residents if they have not been in communication. Now, those numbers, just like Water Services, are very low comparatively to our number of folks overall. But I can tell you that the county has plenty of eviction and utility assistance money. In fact, they have yet to touch the CDBG funds for that purpose, as does the state. That the state has, and I'm speaking anecdotally, what I understand from our partners is that they have plenty of money. When I reached out to Michelle Axland at Community Services, what do you guys need? What does it look like eviction-wise? The answer has been, we're doing okay, and we think we have enough to serve the people that have been in touch with us. So my understanding is that there are resources there. People need to reach out either to access those or to someone who can help them access those. I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Well, I don't want to pop quiz anybody here. I wanted to acknowledge the different timelines and rates at which these recoveries might be occurring. It sounds like there's plenty of assistance in place for the time being. And I understand, Rick, the nuance of we're not trying to shut off water. We just want to make sure we're in communication with these people and have that process in place. I'm okay with moving forward with the first bullet point as well.
Other members of council have to chime in. All right, well, I guess I'll jump in here then. I'm okay with it so long as it's, as you stated, people that have had no contact and no payment arrangements, that, you know, can only last so long. But also on the second bullet point, if we can continue doing the same level of flexibility we have over the last year, even allowing that 12-month process or whatnot for individuals to get back on their feet. But you know, this may be helpful to do it now. To your point, Councilmember Aslan, that we, you know, people haven't economically recovered. Well, there is money out there right now. There may not be money 6 months from now if we do it then. So if this kind of kicks into action, we provide the support and the dollars are available now. I think that's actually better than waiting a few months down the road where it may not be available. That at that point, then we are shutting off water to the point where they're finally communicating and we're able to give all that information on where to get assistance if it's still available. So I'm okay with both of these. Yeah, moving forward. So anyone else?
It's quiet out there today.
Yeah, it is. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, not really in the best of moods. Anyways, staying focused here. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I appreciate the discussion, staff and council members. Appreciate the dialogue that's been had on that first bullet point. And I think we're moving forward appropriately. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I support staff recommendation. With of course the goal is to establish that communications with customers and set up a payment arrangement or refer them to to organizations that extend services for utility assistance. And also, this effort will help us, the city, identify the customers who have moved out, or worst case scenario, customers who are no longer in this earth.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this conversation, and I too am supportive of the staff recommendation.
So, thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am in agreement with the first bullet.
All right. Well, I think that gives proper direction for staff unless otherwise noted. Mr. Tatter or City Manager, are we good to go?
Yes, we have your direction, and I appreciate the time tonight. I think you have to vote on did we vote on the approval of the write-off?
Yes, we did.
We did. Okay. Sorry.
Motion by Councilmember McCarthy and seconded by myself. So we are good to go. Thank you much. That does bring us down to agenda item number, we're down to agenda item 9 for our public hearing items. 9A is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-26 and ordinance number 2021-13. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled case number PZ-21-00056 zoning code text amendment 2021 marijuana uses, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff zoning code to modify the existing zoning code provisions to accommodate medical and recreational marijuana and associated land uses. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-26 by title only. So this public hearing is open. Mr. Seimer. Mr. Seimer?
Got it. Thank you, Mayor.
Problem happens always.
Yes. As the mayor has indicated, this is case number PZ-21-00056. This is the zoning case, zoning code text amendment to amend the zoning code to allow for recreational marijuana sales. So, as we briefly started, we're modifying the existing medical marijuana land uses to incorporate those provisions that were addressed in Prop 207 that were adopted in November of 2020. And this is Prop 207 as it pertains to the Smart and Safe Act regarding the recreational sales of marijuana. The proposed land uses that are incorporated in this amendment are marijuana testing, dispensary, off-site cultivation location, and off-site manufacturing location. The first one is the marijuana testing facility. This is a laboratory that tests marijuana and marijuana products for the purity and impurities that are contained within. The proposed zones is to be consistent with other kind of testing facilities, such as blood laboratories and our recreation, research and development. But they are these suburban commercial, this community commercial service, community commercial, research and development, highway commercial, light industrial open. The next use is the marijuana dispensary. So we're going to be renaming this from the previous medical marijuana. The proposed use is going to be changed from just medical to a medical and a dual license facility in accordance with Council's March direction. And these facilities would be allowed to sell just medical marijuana or medical and recreational. It should be noted that these marijuana dispensaries are also allowed to cultivate, manufacture, process, and store marijuana. and they're only allowed in the highway commercial zones. The next use is the off-site cultivation location. We're going to be renaming this again to get rid of that medical part of it. And these facilities are allowed for cultivation, manufacturing, packaging, processing, and storing. They are not allowed to dispense to a retail customer. So they are only for cultivation and manufacturing primarily. They'll be in the light industrial zones and the heavy industrial zones. And the other land use is the new land use, which is the marijuana off-site manufacturing. This does not allow for cultivation. It just allows for the manufacturing and processing and, of course, storage. Again, this land use would be in our light industrial zones and our heavy industrial zones. Kind of an overview of the proposed amendment. We are incorporating the requirement for a concept plan. Concept plan is kind of your general requirements that staff can go through and verify that the application meets the requirements prior to obtaining or submitting for building permit. We are incorporating some affidavit requirements so that the applicant has gone out and verified that the site meets the criteria. This is not to alleviate staff's work. It's just to make sure that staff is not the only one doing the work, but the property owner or the applicant has also gone out and verified that the site works. We are deleting some inadequate definitions and modifying some additionals to be in conformance with state revised statutes. These include the marijuana testing, dispensary, off-site cultivation, off-site manufacturing. The next part of it is we're going to be removing any existing requirement that's currently regulated by the state. These are regulations that we do not have purview over, but they currently exist in our code. So in an effort to simplify our code and to remove redundancy, we're removing those requirements that are regulated by the state. We are maintaining and clarifying a handful of additional ones, talking about the exiting and security, drive-through, and the separation requirements that are on the screen before you. The 2,000 feet from any other facility and the 500 feet from the facilities indicated on the screen. As you can see on the screen before you, these are the findings for any zoning code amendment. The Planning Commission has recommended approval and found that these criteria have been met. Staff is also recommending approval that the proposed amendment is consistent and conforms with the general plan. It does not appear to be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, or convenience, and it is internally consistent with the zoning code. And I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Seimer. Council, questions? Well, I'll start off with one. So regarding the cultivation zoning code, the cultivation aspect is only if it's going to be used for retail purposes, correct? This isn't going to restrict individuals for personal use growing on their residential property. Am I correct in that?
Mayor, members of the council, the cultivation element is for any manufacturing, retail, or wholesale, but it does not restrict a property owner's rights to cultivate as allowed by state law.
Okay, good. Yep, that's what I was looking for. I just want to make sure that we're, on the legal aspect of this that does allow within the proposition for people to grow up to 6 plants per person in the household. Then the other question I had is, if, for example, an existing dispensary, we have part of that was you have to remain 500 feet from a treatment facility or school, etc., as a part of this zoning. What happens, for example, if let's say the city's looking for a new treatment center, as we've been discussing for a while, of care center and so forth. Does that prevent, for example, us having a care center in the 500 feet of already established dispensaries, or how does that work if there is, well, to be frank, when I'm thinking about possible areas for the care center, one of them that pops up as, not that this is happening, but in the realm of possibilities, Albertsons, that's going to be going against this. What exactly happens with the zoning if it kind of is imposed upon a dispensary, for example? Am I making that question clear? I guess, or
yes, Mayor, and I get this one quite often. Mayor, Council, if there's an existing dispensary that already has been legally established, and one of those protected uses moves into that 500-foot boundary, it does not affect the existing dispensary, nor does it prohibit one of those protective uses from moving into it. So you could move into that 500 foot because it's only the dispensary that has to meet the requirement. So that dispensary would then become what's considered legal non-conforming.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was just one of the thoughts on, hey, if somebody is setting up their own licensed preschool out of their home nearby in that side neighborhood or something to that effect, how that might affect this. But other than that, those are my two main questions. So, Council, do you have any other questions regarding this? And if not, happy to entertain motions.
Mayor, this is Jim McCarthy. I move that we read Resolution 2021-26 by title only.
All right, and Vice Mayor.
I see a note from Ms. Salzberg.
Oh, with this public hearing is now closed, and now I'm going to entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I was struggling with my mute, so I appreciate Stacy doing that.
Thank you. Keeping me on track here. Appreciate it. Councilmember McCarthy has a motion. Vice Mayor?
I will second that motion.
All right, solid. We have a motion by Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Vice Mayor Daggett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk, motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled case number PZ-21-00056 zoning code text amendment -2021 marijuana uses.
Mayor, I move to read ordinance 2021-13 by title only for the first time.
Motion by Councilmember McCarthy. I will second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff Zoning Code by adopting by reference that certain document entitled case number PZ-21-00056 zoning code text amendment -2021 marijuana uses, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Salzberg. That brings us down to agenda item 10 on our regular agenda. 10A is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-30, resolution approving the City of Flagstaff's 2021-2022 annual action plan and authorizing its submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-30 by title only. City staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thanks for your time this afternoon.
On May 4th, the submission of the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan was approved by Council via Resolution 2021-17. On May 13th, the Department of Housing and Urban Development issued a notice that the City of Flagstaff's 2021 CDBG Entitlement Award had been increased by 1.5% of the original allocation. This represents an $8,419 increase. Staff's recommendation is to apply the additional funding in equal percentages, which equals $4,209.50, to the 2 housing activities funded by Council on May 4th. Those include the Catholic Charities Closing the Gap facility acquisition and Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program. The proposed resolution we have in front of you today also includes that should the City of Flagstaff receive further notice of an adjustment to the CDBG allocation of less than or equal to 10% of the total allocation, the increase or decrease of dollars would be applied equally among all housing activities. And so I am here today to answer any questions you might have, and I thank you for your consideration of this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlik. Council, questions? Give it a second here. All right, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box. Councilmember Salas, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make a motion, I'd like to take this space and time to send a big, grateful, thankful hearts to our housing section and Ms. Pavlik for all their hard work in putting this plan together and all the requests for further outreach to the neighborhoods. So with that, I move to approve resolution number 2021-30. The City of Flagstaff 2021 to 2022 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Oh, first we have to read the resolution. I move to read the resolution number 2021-30 by title only.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Vice Mayor.
I will second that.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Salas, seconded by Vice Mayor Daggett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the City of Flagstaff 2021/2022 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Ms. Salzberg, do I have a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Salas, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Moving right along.
Thank you all so much. Have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pavlik. Down to agenda item 10B. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-21, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council designating its chief fiscal officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2022 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-21 by title only.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. The item before you, Resolution 2021-21, is really an administrative process that we have to do on an annual basis per state statutes, designating myself, the City Treasurer, as your Chief Fiscal Officer for expenditure reporting. And that's all I have for today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tatter. Any questions, Council? I'm not seeing anything here, so I'd like to motion to read resolution number 2021-21 by title only. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council designating its chief fiscal officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2022 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'd like to motion to adopt resolution number 2021-21. Do I have a second?
Second, McCarthy.
It's seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to agenda item 10C. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-24, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting the City of Flagstaff Public Safety Personnel Retirement System Pension Funding Policy, delegating authority and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action. Read resolution number 2021-24 by title only. Mr. Tatter again.
Well, long time no see. Hey, what have you been up to? Yeah, here is another resolution that is an annual process that we need to go through per state statutes. This is our public safety pension funding policy. We had a good discussion at the April budget retreat and some staff recommendations of what our policy should look like this year. Some of the highlights is that we did complete the pension financing last year, and we now have a pension plan that for police and fire that is over 100% funded. We received an interim report from the actuarials at PSPRS demonstrating this. Compared to, we would have been about 40% underfunded in our pension plans. So this is an exciting funding policy that talks more about maintaining our funding levels. I'm making sure that we don't fall into a process we may have done in the past, and assuring that we keep our police and fire pension plans fully funded. We'll continue to pay the annual normal costs that are required, but we don't have to pay that unfunded liability. And we have about $14 million in a contingency reserve fund to help us in those economic times that we may see downturns or changes in actuarial assumptions. So this is a new way of presenting the policy of just maintaining that funding status, and we look forward to your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Tatter. Council, any questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you. Since I've been on council, this has been a very big problem. And I just want to thank Mr. Tatter and the rest of the staff for proactively figuring out how to solve this issue, and obviously for continuing to keep our head above water, well above water. So thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, with that, I would like to motion to read resolution number 2021-24 by title only. Do I have a second?
Second.
That seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion? All that approve?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting the City of Flagstaff Public Safety Personnel Retirement System Pension Funding Policy, delegating authority and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that, I'd like to motion to adopt resolution number 2021-24. Do I have a second?
Yes, you do.
All right. Well, I have it seconded here by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to agenda item 10D. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-27, resolution of the Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, adopting the tentative budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-27 by title only.
All right. Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director, City Treasurer. Today is a very important step in adoption of our annual budget. This is the tentative budget adoption. A special thanks to all of city staff for their hard work during this last year, our divisions, sections, and programs for their inputs related to this year's budget proposal, as well as the budget team. Many hours spent this year developing the budget and our organization. At the council retreat in April, council provided direction to city staff as far as what adjustments they'd like to see in this upcoming budget to be adopted. And all those are included in this tentative budget. And we thank council for your hard work and your direction during this budget process we do annually. So as mentioned, this is the first step to adopting a budget, the tentative budget. This sets the maximum appropriation the city can adopt during the budget adoption in a couple weeks. It also sets forward the legal requirements that are needed to adopt a budget. We will be back in 2 weeks on June 15th for a public hearing. Generally, these cover 3 topics: truth and taxation, budget, and our tax levy. We will not be required to do truth and taxation because we are not increasing our levy above the new construction numbers plus last year's levy. We will then have a final budget adoption, as well as the first reading of our property tax ordinance, all on June 15th. On July 6th, we will do the second reading and adoption of our property tax. Here is a graphic view of what makes up our budgets by funds. Our FY21-22 budget is $388,634. This is actually a decline of almost $62 million from the prior year budget, a 14% decrease. Of note with that, though, is last year we did increase our budget substantially for the pension funding, which was about $120 million alone in last year's budget. So we expected the budget to decline this year. We break down our budgets by funds, and we have those outlined here with you. Our general fund is our single largest fund in the organization, and it has about $85 million in proposed appropriations for next fiscal year. Our next group of revenues are special revenue funds. They make about 31% of our total budget, about $119 million for those funds. Our debt service funds are where we pay our secondary property taxes as well as the pension funds. Those make up just $16.5 million. Capital project funds are for things like our courthouse, general obligation bond projects, and so forth. That's about 10% this year, or about $40 million. And then all of our enterprise funds, they make about 33% of our annual budget, just over $128 million this coming fiscal year. I'd like to go through a couple highlights in this budget process with council. Many of these things you've heard about in the April budget retreat and really haven't changed since then. We still had those same highlights. From a compensation perspective, we are thrilled that we are implementing a new pay plan structure as identified in our compensation study that we've been doing over the last year. This also identifies a stepped pay plan for our public safety staff, police and fire. Our upcoming budget also includes a step increase for those police and fire, or a 3% merit for other staff. And we are able to fund that in an ongoing basis, restoring our merits that we've provided, are providing our city staff. Our health contributions, we continue to share the expense with our employees at the same percentage as we have in the past. And we've moved many of our positions into a ongoing basis versus one time, as we may have been doing in the past, such as our police aides or real estate specialist positions are now funded ongoing. And at council's direction, we also added 3 more paramedic payment assignments for our fire staff in this upcoming budget. Budget team and the organization took a higher focus on priority-based budgeting and our key community results and objectives. We incorporated this into the budget review process with staff. We created forms to help answer questions on how this furthers our priority-based budgeting objectives, new forms, and a new look at how we look at our organization expenses. We also completed our first full model of priority-based budgeting and is now available for the public to review. We also kept that focus on climate action and adaptation plan. We have added some slides to today's presentation that were not in the final agenda. That was emailed to staff a little bit earlier today, and we'll go over those contributions or those approved expenditures. Our primary property tax in this proposal is a flat levy plus any new construction for the coming year. We've also had to manage many federal relief fundings over the last year, and we are managing with the American Rescue Plan Act funding for next fiscal year. Of note with that, I will be providing council with an update on information that we've learned through webinars and training opportunities with many of our partners, such as the National League of Cities, Government Finance Officers Associations, and so forth. So we'll be providing you an update, and we are having a conversation with budget team tomorrow morning on that funding. We also are thrilled to add funding for a public safety alternate response model as part of the council's discussions in April. So since the April retreat, this outlines the changes in the proposal that you saw at that time. The alternate response model is funded at a level of $776,000 for 3 years in our plan. Most of that funding is ongoing funding. All about 200,000 is ongoing at this time, but we will work to get that structurally filled next fiscal year or the following budget year. We also approved at your request, or you approved, an alternate response model vehicle. And this, I believe, is going to be a electric type vehicle or a hybrid vehicle for our model. Broadbanding, we added another $150,000 to grant match through the process. We put another $75,000 to the Business One-Stop Shop program, the BOSS program. Council gave direction also to provide $44,000 for a shared position for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I spoke to earlier, adding fire paramedic pay for 3 additional positions in the upcoming budget, as well as increasing our videography budget by $15,000. All these were discussed at the April retreat, and you as council gave us the direction to add those. After the retreat, we also give staff the opportunity to carry over funding, meaning these are mainly one-time expenditures that they're approved in the current year budget. They won't spend 100%, and they would like to carry that over to the next fiscal year. Primarily, this is related around construction projects and one-time contracts and those types of things. This year, we have a capital carryover about almost $84 million, primarily related to our transportation projects. The USGS campus building that we are looking to continue forward with, several water service projects, and our fleet purchases. We have operational carryovers, which are like studies and softwares and contracts, about $15 million that we're carrying over. And we have $5.1 million in grant funds from CDBG, Homes, CARES, and COVID relief monies that we are carrying over into next year's budget. So with the council adds and these changes, that would come up with the current budget that we are asking council to adopt. And last week, we had a request from council to provide some more details related to climate action and the funding and decisions we made to approve funding requests in the coming fiscal year. Staff spent some diligent time over the last several days to pull this data together, and we're now ready to present this to council hot off the press from this morning. And I'm going to turn this portion over to Nicole Antonopoulos to walk through.
Great. Thank you, Rick. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I'm here this afternoon to give Rick Tatter a break and to respond to the request on fiscal year 2021 funding that has the potential to advance climate action and adaptation planning. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just some background information. The integration of climate action in the budget process is fourfold. And first and foremost, it provides information on each funding request relationship to climate action and equity. The second is that it identifies the funding request with the greatest potential to advance strategies in the climate action and adaptation plan and advance equity in our community. Next is to assist the budget team during the division review process and help support the city council's goals. And then finally, it's to increase transparency as well as track the city's investment in climate action. So this is just a quick snapshot of the questions asked in the funding request process for this fiscal year. The first field, field 1, is used to indicate which climate action and adaptation plan, also known as the CAP, strategy the funding request is most related to. So staff were able to choose from a drop-down list of the 31 CAP strategies, and we also had a full list of those strategies included. And then also, if multiple strategies were being supported or advanced by this particular funding request, staff had an opportunity to inform the budget team about that. Field 2 was used to indicate how the request could help advance community equity, and this field had 4 drop-down items in support of equity. And equity is defined as the fair and just distribution of resources, access, and opportunity. And then the final field was used to provide any brief explanations of how the funding request relates to a chosen strategy, or as I mentioned, it has a complementary strategy or supporting an additional strategy. Next slide. So this slide presents the fiscal 21-22 breakdown for the approved budget request. And so overall of the almost $35,600,000 that were approved in budget requests, 29% of those have the potential to advance strategies in the climate action and adaptation plan, as well as advance equity. And we're just going to go into those in a moment in the following slides. So with this in mind, you may be wondering, what does this really look like? Well, here are a few examples of funding requests that were approved in this process and how they relate to climate or equity. So the Westside Park is an excellent example of a project that has the potential to contribute to climate action. Specifically, it supports the transportation and land use action number 1, which is improving land use planning to minimize car use. The request for public housing assistance request supports our public health strategy, PH1, and that is to identify and target support for at-risk populations. And it has the opportunity to advance equity in the community by serving disadvantaged communities first. So this is just a little bit of an example of the flavor of how we went through each of these funding requests and the wide variety of requests that came in. Next slide. So going into more detail, as you can see here that the climate-related approved requests are broken down as such. And I'll give you a moment to digest this, but there's a fair amount. And as you can see, the transportation and land use, there's energy, natural environment, economic prosperity and recreation, as well as public health services, facilities and safety, and waste and consumption. So we are hitting a wide variety of climate-related actions through these funding requests. On this slide, it has a breakdown of which funding requests support our community equity initiative. And as you can see, we focus on reducing impacts on vulnerable communities, focusing on community members' input, initiating this request, as well as serving disadvantaged communities first, and then supporting proactive engagement with the community. And we'll leave this up for just a moment. And next slide, please. So up next, we really need to ensure that the integration of performance-based budgeting ties into our goal of transparency for tracking our work that helps advance climate action and equity in the community. And of course, we want to continue to improve our reporting mechanisms for the city's investments in climate action across the board. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Just one more slide and then we'll open it up for questions. Just some final additional information for the budget tentative adoption. Should council approve and adopt the resolution, the books will be available at several locations, including our website, the city clerk's office. We'll get them over to the libraries for access and available on response or requests. We will email it to any individuals that do request these items. We will also publish these documents, the legal schedules within the Arizona Daily Sun on June 3rd and June 10th. And as always, if you have any questions regarding the budget, please contact Brandy Suda, our finance director, and her information is below. And with that, we will open it up for any questions or comments from council.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tatter, and thank you, Ms. Antonopoulos, for giving him a break and all the information that you provided as well. Of course, council, do we have any questions at this time? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. There were some discussions about increasing the compensation, especially for police and fire personnel. And you did talk about some new arrangements, but I don't really know what that translates. Are we actually will that translate to more money in the checking account of our police and fire people, or is it just administrative?
I will probably have Jeannie jump on, Jeannie Gallagher, our HR director, on this one. Our goal is to better structure our pay plans so that we don't have the compression that we currently see within our pay plans over several years. And we are looking to compensate them closer to market when we have the capabilities. But the step increases now allow police and fire positions to move through the pay plan, and the merits are something that we have not had for many years since the Great Recession, and that will be very beneficial to our employees. The timing, the pay plan will be implemented in July, and so some positions will move through differently into the pay plan, and then the merits will be based on their anniversary date. So that's kind of how we roll out those changes that we'll see for compensation in the next year. But if Jeannie, if you're available to add anything to that, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you for the question, Councilmember McCarthy. Jeannie Gallagher, your Human Resource Director. And I was just pulling up our file here to be able to respond a little bit more specifically to your question. So the answers are yes and yes. We are the structure that is referenced. Oh, I forgot to turn my camera on here. The structure that is referenced is adopting those new pay plan structures that we really started talking about back in January and at the February retreat. And that's to get our public safety personnel, our fire and police, moved into step plan structures for their pay plans. That creates a much more competitive structure on the public safety side. And then to get a consistent regular pay plan structure. And some of you, your eyes were probably glazing over, but that's when I was talking about consistent range spreads, consistent progressions between ranges, so that we had a consistent earning opportunity for all of our employees throughout the regular pay plan. So simultaneous in July, we will be implementing those new pay structures themselves. And then alongside that, the second yes, or the yes to your second question, is absolutely resulting in significantly more dollars in our employees' pockets. While on any given day, obviously that number changes because an employee is being promoted, an employee is changing jobs, etc. But we are currently looking at, let's see here, a total implementation cost of about $1,412,000 of money in our employees' pockets. So I'm happy to answer any further specific questions related to that.
Well, if I may follow up, Mayor, I guess the reason that I'm interested in this, both for our public safety and for our employees in general, is that the way that we can recruit and keep the best people, there's many things that go into that equation, but one of them is being competitive on pay. So it's actually more cost effective to pay a little bit more than it is to have to go out and train people. So that's why I'm asking it. If I'm understanding it correctly, we have addressed that to a significant amount.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Ms. Gallagher, Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rick, again for the presentation. Rick, question, can you give us an update on those additional funds that were going to be brought back to council at a future dates? I know that number has been moving around a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you referring to the American Rescue Plan Act funds? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we are learning a lot about what the Treasury's interim final rule allows us to do. So we developed a team. We have Stacy Breckler-Nags, Sarah Langley, and myself attending many webinars, learning what we can do with those. and where we're allowed to put those funds, as well as the revenue loss component of that. Our goal is to meet with budget team tomorrow morning and have a in-depth conversation. And our goal is to try to get back to council before the break. The one thing is we do have a 60-day window that the U.S. Treasury allows for comments. And so that window won't close until in July or so. And then we get the final direction that they allow. So things can change until they get to that final rule. But our goal is to try and at least weed through the layers and layers of detail to come up with some thoughts and plans through the budget team and bring that back to you.
Okay, great. And do you know if the $50,000 pot of money got allocated for council projects throughout the year?
50,000?
I believe that's what it was. It might be 500,000. No, I'm just kidding. It's 50.
I think city manager has a comment on that front.
I know we carried over some council funding for special projects, and that was, I believe, the only funding that we have in the budget for council, and I think the number's around 20,000 for you, but we can look up that information for next meeting. But city manager, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I believe we're referring to the council initiatives fund, and we did carry it over, and my recollection is the same as yours, Mr. Tatter. I thought that was 20,000. Pretty sure that's the number. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. 50 has a nicer ring. I'll just say that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Any further questions, council? And if not, I'm happy to entertain a motion. All right, I'm not seeing any cues. I will motion to read resolution number 2021-27 by title only. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by myself, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, adopting the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to adopt resolution number 2021-27. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Well, before we jump into agenda item 10E, I would like to take a break. Let's say 15 minutes. So be back at 5:05 for further discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Streaming, we are good to go.
Excellent. This we are now down to agenda item 10E. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-06, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 11 acres of real property generally located at 151 West High Country Trail, APNs 112-05-001W and 112-05-011 from the estate residential zone to the medium density residential zone, with conditions providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. All right, Ms. Putrelli, take us away.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Alexandra Putrelli. I'm the current planning manager. I just wanted to give you a brief presentation on this project and kind of remind you of some highlights and go over some current changes that we've seen. Next. So as you recall, this project currently exists of 2 parcels, approximately 11 acres, and it is zoned ER, that's estate residential, with a resource protection overlay. The proposal is to rezone them to medium density residential, and one of the requirements is that these parcels be combined to one single parcel. Next. The proposed changes per the DA. These are the most recent changes that we've seen. One is the inclusion of 3 pickleball courts in the required civic space up near the road. These will be publicly accessible, so people could come and park on site and utilize those courts. The developer has agreed to limit rentals so that there could be no short-term rentals at this location. And then the energy efficiency, in order to achieve the sustainability bonus, they're required to meet the HERS 50 standard. But staff has also asked for 100% or all the residential units to be electric, all electric buildings. There are challenges with meeting both those standards. So we've come up with some alternatives that the developer proposed that staff has agreed to. Those would be the all electric buildings for the residential buildings, achieving the green building standard, bronze level, and whole building energy simulation showing a minimum of 15% improvement over the current energy code. Next. The northern portion of the parcel, there are 2 acres on the opposite side of High Country Trail. There was discussion at our last meeting about this area moving the fence so that a portion of that could be accessed by the public. That is not going to happen. The area will remain fenced. It will be the private use of the Auza family, who it is my understanding that they are the ones who are not allowing the fence to be relocated. And this area is being used to calculate density of the project, as well as to meet the required tree resource protection. Next. We could look at the proposed density of the site. The entire site is 11 acres, resulting in 99 units. They are using 2 different bonus densities, including the affordable housing unit, as well as and the sustainability bonus. It allows them to then have 169 allowed units. This proposal is for 160 units, and 20 of those will be affordable units. Next. So staff recommended that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward the request to City Council with a recommendation of approval in accordance with the findings and subject to the following conditions. I won't read through all the conditions for you. Next. The Planning and Zoning Commission disagreed with staff's recommendation, and instead they voted to recommend that City Council, in accordance with the findings, deny the request for a direct ordinance zoning map amendment for Aura Flagstaff. So that's the conclusion of kind of my update proposal. I know the applicant is here as well, if you have any questions for them or questions for staff.
Thank you, Ms. Pucciarelli. Councilmember Aslan has a question.
Thank you. Ms. Pucciarelli, can you go back to slide number 4?
Yes. It's coming.
I think it's 4.
4 had the map of the area to the north.
Yeah, so I just want to ask you directly, do you think it's fair to characterize what the landowner is doing is they're selling the land but demanding to maintain control of it?
I think it's certainly unique. I don't have all the details of the agreement, the sales agreement between the current property owner and the developer. This may be a better question for the developer to understand what sort of conditions are being placed on the sale of that property, that you could buy property but be restricted in what you could do on that property.
Well, we can certainly extend this question over to them as well. It seems to me that we have property owners who are selling land, but insisting that they maintain control over it. And I'd like to have that fleshed out a little bit more.
Yeah, if the applicant would like to get on, happy to have them respond to that.
Mayor and Council, Jason Morris, with you, Morris, on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon, and thank you for another opportunity to discuss this case. But I have to tell you, it is a unique situation, but as we're talking about the parcel, it's not a situation of the sellers or the developers making. It happens to be that this particular parcel, which predates the city of Flagstaff in terms of its creation, was divided by a roadway that was essential to the city of Flagstaff and the creation of High Country Trail. So although there is a portion of it that is orphaned, my client is in fact purchasing the entire parcel. But development, as you can see, is focused on the southern portion of that parcel. I can tell you from a land development standpoint, and this hopefully will address Councilmember Aslan's question, it is not unfair because in terms of use, if this were a typical development, that portion of the property on the other side of High Country Trail would be developed. And if that portion were developed, it wouldn't be available to the public. It would be units, it would be housing, it would be some other form of development. But this is not unlike purchasing any other property in the city of Flagstaff and choosing only to develop a portion of it and restrict the development or the access to the rest. But I have a presentation that I'm happy to go through that will go into a little bit more detail as to some of the concerns on that, Mayor. It's just a matter of if you'd like me to make my presentation at this time or if there are any other questions from the council or yourself.
Well, Councilmember Aslan, would you like to respond or clarify or anything regarding this particular point?
No, I'll wait. I'd like to hear from other council members, and if there's a presentation still coming, I can appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll give it an opportunity here, Council, if you have any questions right now, or yeah, I'd be happy to have you do a short presentation to better explain it. I think that's important for not just us council, but the public to understand. Yeah, if we could please not have it go too long, I'd appreciate it. I'm not seeing any other comments or question remarks in the chat box. So if you'd like to present Mr. Morris, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I will make a brief presentation, and this presentation really is just a matter of updating us since our previous hearing in April. The previous hearing in April really concluded with a suggestion from council, and would like to address that suggestion and explain where we've gone since that time. If you'll give us just a moment to share that screen. Thank you very much. As you're aware, this is the site in question. We've superimposed the actual site plan on there so that the council, you and the council, can get a sense of how this interacts. You can see from this site, we're obviously west of the intersection of the arterial and High Country Trail. So you have Lake Marion High Country Trail. And then we are between two existing multifamily projects, the Lodge and Timber Trails, and adjacent to the Ponderosa Pines community as well. In terms of access, we have immediate access to the collector road that takes you out to Lake Mary, which in fact is accessed to I-17 as well. So in terms of housing, it's well situated. As we go to the next slide, this will give a sense, Mayor and Council, of that split parcel. But again, we are not dependent upon that portion on the north side of High Country Trail, and I can't emphasize this enough. We're not dependent upon that portion for any of our open space or requirements in order to allow the development of the southern portion, the larger 9-acre piece on the other side of High Country Trail. And I want to say that because I think there may have been at least some thought process that we were relying upon that area for open space, either common or civic open space. But I want to assure the Mayor and Council that in fact all of our common and civic open space is met and actually exceeded just by virtue of the 9-acre parcel that we are developing. Although I can assure you equally that the portion on the far side of High Country Trail will never be developed and is under a conservation easement and is part of our development agreement. So that property will remain not only unscathed, but also it will remain undeveloped. Next slide. Just to give you a sense of where we stand, to give the developer a little bit of understanding in terms of what they have undergone in order to develop this parcel and what it has transformed from. Originally, we were talking about a larger acreage and utilizing some of the property on the far side of High Country Trail, or at least utilizing that property for the benefit of 197 units, so somewhat of a density transfer. As we worked with staff back in 2018 and moved forward ultimately through December of 2018. So that entire year, it was really a function of site planning and dropping that acreage to make sure that we were not reliant upon that other acreage and dropped to 16 acres, still utilizing some of the Auza property on the north side of High Country Trail, but utilizing that for 173 units. Ultimately, as time proceeded, Mayor, we went forward with a site plan that ultimately got the support of staff in January of 2020, but that required reducing the density, utilizing even less acreage on the other side of High Country Trail. In fact, relying only upon that single parcel that we are utilizing now as part of that 11 acres. So the density was reduced, the area was reduced, there was a 25% bedroom decrease. We tripled the setbacks to the single family. We increased the affordable housing, increased the open space, decreased the total number of buildings, and reduced the disturbance to any of the terrain. We also agreed at that point to participate in the sustainable building program as well as the crime-free multi-housing. With that site plan and with staff support, we moved forward. Ultimately, last year, made some additional changes to increase open space yet again. Also agreed to extend the Foots Trail and connect the two missing parts of that Foots Trail along High Country Trail as well as the bus stops. So as we move forward now, 2.5 years, 3 years into this process, we are making changes yet again in response to our April 6th hearing. And I'd like to share those changes with you. So as you'll recall, and as staff pointed out, there was a suggestion at the April 6th council meeting that because there was property that was not developed but is being purchased and is part of this development and is part of the parcel, that in fairness, there is a corresponding community benefit that was necessary. And in order to justify that, there was a suggestion from council that the fence line be moved from where it is along High Country Trail to essentially that yellow line within the Auza property. And we, of course, took that to the Auzas. As you're aware, they've controlled that land since before statehood. That is a homestead property, and they are both in their 80s who live on that property. And they were very reticent to make that change. And it wasn't about what that does for the community, but the concern of what that does to the property itself. And I'll go into a little bit more detail there because I think it warrants mentioning. That
Mr. Morris, Mr. Morris, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, I just want you to be aware, we do have 8 public commentators that are waiting on the line as well to give their public comments. So I appreciate the review, but if we could, get to it, I'd appreciate it.
I apologize, and I don't want to delay this any further, Mayor, but I did not hear your comment. You were cutting out there.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying
it was hurry up.
A little bit, yeah. We have 8 commentators from the public on the line, so they're waiting to speak as well. I just wanted to, hurry it up a little bit. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I will be very brief. I think I only have 2 more slides or 3 more slides. The concern with the proposal, Mayor, was that that property would be unimproved, yet open to the public. And because of it being situated adjacent to a collector with no parking available for it, and also no lighting, no security, that it would posed a security risk, not only for the public, but for the developer who would ultimately be responsible for that property long-term, and the Auza family who live adjacent to that fence line. It would not include any kind of safety feature, and unlike public lands that are open, this would be privately maintained and privately accountable. So there was reticence both on the developer's part and the Auza's part as to the viability of making this property. But we also understood that it was the council's desire to see a corresponding public benefit. And we looked into that, and you'll see, again, if you'll bear with me, this next slide, in talking about a public benefit, we reached out to your Parks and Recreation Director to find out where the demand is for parks and recreation and open space, if that was something that we were able to create. And we were told that pickleball courts are in tremendous demand and something that the Parks and Recreation Department is trying to keep up with. But as they looked at opportunities, they didn't want to take away from other aspects of parks, and they wanted to make sure there was parking available. So as a result of that, and to cut to the chase, Mayor and Council, the developer has agreed to create a total of 4 public pickleball courts and parking with associated open space adjacent to High Country Trail. So there will be access to those pickleball courts. They will be built and maintained at the developer's cost, and there will be parking associated with that as part of our public benefit, although it is not required. In terms of what that does, and I've already mentioned this so we can skip over, but I want to assure you, we are not deficient in any open space. And that is, with the fence line in place, we are still exceeding both the civic and the common open space for a project of this size. And lastly, Mayor, I'll leave you and the council with this. In terms of the development that we are requesting, and we've talked about all the benefits, but it's worth putting a price tag on those benefits because this type of benefit is only available for this type of development. If this in fact turned to single family residential, the community would not get the 20 units of permanent affordable housing, which have a $5 million value. They would not get the completion of the Foots Trail. They would not get the pickleball courts. They would not have the benefit of dictating the green building standard and the all electric buildings, which are a cost of $10,000 per unit. The electric vehicle charging stations, the construction of the new bus stops, and the preservation of the tree resources and the conservation easement, all of which is a $7 million public benefit as a part of the virtues of this development, Mayor. So with that, I will leave you with the summary of changes, and I'd be happy to answer any questions and would hope that you would support your staff and ultimately support and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morse, for the added information. I did want to, before we go to more comments and questions from the council and our own discussion, open it up for public commentary. So if we have those on the line, happy to take them as well.
Mayor, we have Phil Goldblatt. Phil, could you please go ahead?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm Phil Goldblatt, and I've lived in Ponderosa Trails for 12 years. I have nothing against this developer and how or what they build, which is high-density apartments, but they should find another parcel to develop that is more appropriate to high density. This one is not. Now, I have a legal challenge to this project in that, in my estimation, it fails to meet all three of the findings required by our zoning code. And I ask you all to refer to an attachment that I sent you previously labeled legal challenge to the Aura project. Finding number one is not met because it is inconsistent with our regional plan. This parcel is designated medium density residential, not high density. This is not optional according to Arizona state law. It's also inconsistent with community character preservation policies 3.1, 3.2, 4.6, and land use policy 3.4. Also with regard to renewable energy policies 2.1, 2.2, and 2.4. Now, finding number two is not met because this project is using unconstitutional guidelines to allow disregard of the plan's suburban characteristic density range. The plan interpretation on this is legally arbitrary and overbroad, and therefore unconstitutional. The applicant also proposes development on a part of the site upon which it is unlawful to develop because it is kept private. Finding number three is not met because zoning code violations occur as a direct result of over-concentrating density. There are no primary entrances on the apartment buildings that face a street, pedestrian way, or building entry zone. There is no screen wall to screen this development from High Country Trail, and there are parking spaces that also are not screened from view of High Country Trail, a public way. Furthermore, the secondary entrances do not face any building entry zone either. This is why this development is so aesthetically objectionable. I thank you for hearing me out, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldblatt. Council, do we have any questions of Mr. Goldblatt before we move on to the next caller? I'm not seeing any in the chat box right now, so yeah, we're on to the next individual.
Mayor, I have Ms. Ray Jones on the line. Ray, go ahead.
All right, hello. As you prepare to cast your votes on this development, I hope you have all really thought through about this project and the impact it has on the community. It's not just a small plot of land topography being impacted. It's not just the homeowners whose homes directly back up to this land that are being impacted. It's not just the neighborhood of Ponderosa Trails that's being impacted. This proposed development stands for a larger impact of how this council will uphold the law and what is right, not just for a few in Flagstaff, but for all. At the last meeting, I know many of you in the council were very focused and excited about the 20 affordable units this complex is proposing. I am aware of the need for more housing in Flagstaff, from low income all the way up to single family homes if they're needed. However, I hope that those 20 units would not be the sole point of your decision. Again, this complex is not in compliance with the zoning code, and the affordable units should not constitute breaking those laws. I supported Councilmember McCarthy's proposal at the last city council meeting that Aura attended. If the developer claims the 2 acres on the other side of the street, they should not be privately fenced for the Auza family. If they want to keep that land privately fenced, as we all are aware that they're going to do, then the developer should not buy that land, or not claim that land or the trees in the density calculations. It was disappointing to see when, after the multiple meetings that this project has been delayed, there still have not been changes made to this project. The developer has shared how they have been within and working toward this project for 38 plus months, and how that they feel that shows their commitment to the community. I feel that really shows all the controversy, uncertainty, and questions that planning and zoning and now this council have had on this project. If this project was really the right project for this space, was really medium density, I would suspect it would never have taken to get this long through the system. Thank you for your time, and I hope you vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Any questions of the caller, council? I'm not seeing any in the chat box, so thank you, Ms. Jones. And next public commentator.
Nathan, you can go ahead and speak now.
Okay, perfect. Mayor, DC, and members of City Council, thank you for taking the time to let me speak this evening. The last time this developer was before you on April 1st, they left the meeting confident in their ability to move the fence on the north side of High Country Trail. I had an opportunity to see the revised DA provided by the developer last Friday, and as I sat down to read it, I was hopeful that the developer did the right thing and either moved the fence on the north side of High Country or decreased the number of units to 133 to truly be medium density to meet the ask made by the City Council at the last meeting that they attended. But much to my dismay, they didn't, and instead they added another pickleball court and updated the sustainability requirements for all electric. At the meeting on April 1st, there was some discussion amongst you around the P&Z meeting and verdict and how the verdict was difficult for them to come to. But I ask you, if this project was valid and met all of the findings in the zoning code, why did they unanimously vote no? Given our housing shortage, I would assume if this development was legitimate and met the zoning code, P&Z would have voted yes. While I'm aware that Flagstaff is in a housing shortage, that shouldn't prevent you from upholding your duties to represent all the people of Flagstaff and the laws of the city code. Just because we need more housing isn't an excuse to turn a blind eye to the faults of this proposal. I want to leave you today with a couple of questions, one of which I proposed to you in one of the last emails that I sent to you, since I've sent you quite a few emails. But why do we have a zoning code if it's not going to be upheld? And are you going to do what's moral to protect the general welfare? Both moral and protect and general welfare all come from the mission statement for the city. Are you going to do what's moral to protect the general welfare of Flagstaff and vote no on this project, or are you going to look past the glaring issues with this development and vote yes, just to add a few units of affordable housing? I hope you do what's right and just and vote no on this rezone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? All right, on to the next public commentator. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Ms. Sue Borst on the line. Sue, go ahead.
Oh, hello. Good evening, Mayor DC and council members. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion concerning the rezoning of the 11 acres adjacent to Ponderosa Trails. I am a homeowner in the Ponderosa Trails neighborhood. I am opposed to the rezoning. And I'm opposed for the extremely simple reason that I bought my home with the belief that Ponderosa Trails and also the 11 acres under current consideration was zoned R1 and would remain zoned R1. It is unjust and very simply morally wrong to change the zoning to accommodate an out-of-state contractor while sacrificing our single home neighborhood. And again, to allow 160 apartment units to be built in this area would be counter to what this neighborhood was originally built to be, a single resident neighborhood. There have been many responses to surveys, mail delivered to each of your offices, and petitions in support of not changing the existing zoning. I respectfully ask you, Mayor Deasy and council members, to vote no and agree with the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny this zoning change. Please do not vote for an out-of-state developer who is, they are not interested in the damage their development will have on our neighborhood, but only interested in their profits for exploiting the Ponderosa Trails neighborhood. And thank you for the previous callers. You've made such good points. I appreciate everything that everyone is doing to prevent this zoning change. And thank you very much for your time and consideration. Have a good evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Worst. Any questions, council? All right, next public commentator.
Ms. Michelle James, please go ahead.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. FCube is supportive of the affordable housing and sustainability goals featured in the proposed Aura apartment complex. We recognize that 1- and 2-bedroom apartments are very much needed in Flagstaff, and the 20 affordable units proposed for this project would assist us in addressing our affordable housing emergency. We also know that many of the undeveloped lands remaining in Flagstaff are still vacant because of the complexities of building on sites with steep slopes and encumbrances like the power lines we see here. But we are concerned with the long-term consequences for future rezonings of approving what is in actuality a high-density development built on property that would be rezoned as medium density. The subject parcel has multiple constraints, including bisection of the property by both a road and electrical transmission lines. According to the November 2020 staff report, the effect of these constraints is a concentration of building density on the southern portion of the parcel, resulting in a perceived experience of 17.8 units per acre if 160 units are built on the southern 9 acres. The end result is that the developer is proposing to build what is essentially a high-density apartment complex in designated existing suburban outside of an activity center. This is not in line with our regional plan. The subject parcel and the parcels to the north and west of the northern portion of the subject parcel are all owned by Alza Flagstaff, LLC. The 2 acres, more or less, of the subject parcel on the north side of High Country Trail have an existing home that appears to be primarily located and accessed on the parcel to the north. While the subject parcel changes hands, when the subject parcel changes hands to the Aura development, this house will be encroaching along with the fenced-in 2 acres being currently used by the house and will be inaccessible to future apartment dwellers. We understand from staff that Alza Flagstaff LLC will encumber the land with an easement that could potentially cover the entire 2 acres. What is happening here is a de facto split of the subject parcel into a private residence and an apartment complex. Because it is on paper as one parcel, the total acreage allows the owner and the developer to justify the higher number of units that they want to build, even though it would be more appropriate to combine this residential portion of the land with the land to its north. FCube strongly encourages City Council to think carefully about the decision to rezone those parcels with the current proposal. We believe that the spirit of the Flagstaff Regional Plan must be followed. Either the developer goes through the process for a regional plan amendment, or they should only build what 9 acres would allow. If council would like for there to be what is essentially a new policy that allows high-density development in existing suburban areas zoned as medium density when affordable housing and or sustainable measures are included, then a regional plan amendment process should be started and the resultant community conversation should be allowed to take place. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. James. Councilmember Shimoni has a question for you, Ms. James. You're still on there.
Yes,
Councilmember Shimoni.
Hi, Ms. James. Thank you for your comment today. So, I'm just curious. We've declared a housing emergency and a climate emergency, and obviously FCube, I believe, supports and embraces both of those values that the community and the city passed. There's 208 individuals who would be benefiting from this project in this infill along a highly traveled corridor. Are you saying that you think we should not support this project?
What I'm saying is that the proposal should go through a regional plan amendment process. And my understanding from talking to staff is that the developer kind of knew that that was what they needed to do, and they chose not to do it, and instead add a couple acres on the other side of the road. We are totally supportive of affordable housing, and making this decision has been difficult about where we stand because of those 20 units. However, I don't think setting precedent here in terms of not following the regional plan is a good thing to do. I don't think we should set that precedent. I think there should be a community conversation about whether we want to change what's in the regional plan to allow for affordable housing at high densities in areas where we haven't talked about needing those yet.
For a quick follow-up, knowing that if we push this developer to get a regional plan adjustment, we might kill the project. Do you think we should go in that direction?
Well, I think that's really a decision for you guys. I would be disappointed if it fell through. I think what F Cubed is saying here is that it needs to, the density for the new units going in for the apartment complex really needs to be based on 9 acres, not 11 acres. And my understanding of those numbers is it's about 23, depending on how you do the math, about 23 less units. So I would hope that would not kill the project, and that the developer could continue to build it just based on the density on the 9 acres instead of the 11.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters, or is that the end?
Mayor, that was the last one.
All right, well, then I'd like to open it up for general questions and comments of council. I do see Councilmember McCarthy is ready to make a motion at the appropriate time, but I'll open it up for discussion here first, if applicable. All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
I'll make a couple.
My apologies. Councilmember Shimoni just put a C in the chat box, so if you'd like to comment.
Let Mr. Shimoni go first. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I was hoping other colleagues were going to comment before we jump to a motion, but I'll go ahead and just say my piece. I know we've had a lot of discussion on this topic, and it's been a long time coming. Again, 3 years in the making. So bear with me. I have a couple points I just want to read through in my comments here, and I'll try to make it as short as I can, Mayor. We have declared a housing emergency, and residential housing wouldn't provide half as much of a public benefit, nor is it infill on this parcel. We've heard that this project needs to find a more appropriate location for this type of an infill project. And to my colleagues on council, especially the newer members, we're going to hear this on every rezone of a project similar in size. And this is not going to be anything new to us as we move forward. Yes, this project is unique and different, but there's going to be pushback from every neighborhood of which we see infill projects like these. I challenge all those who are speaking out against the project to look at their own homes and ask themselves if their land that they have a house on is serving the greater community as much as a project like this would. I think often the answer is going to be no. So the city mission was invoked in one of the public comments to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Council, are we protecting and enhancing the quality of life for all? Well, we know that we have thousands on a waiting list for affordable housing by saying no to this development. Someone asked if we are going to do what is moral for the community. Well, Council, I guess we'll find out in a few minutes here. But here's what we do know. We have thousands on that waiting list for affordable housing in Flagstaff, as we know about. The city has declared an emergency when it comes to affordable, and that we need 1 and 2 bedrooms so desperately in our community. We have an obligation to this community to fight for affordable housing. and for housing. This is not going to be easy, and it's going to take a lot of strong political will to overcome the pushback and the NIMBYism that is so strong and prevalent in Flagstaff today. This project is it builds vertically, respectfully, and it is 1 and 2 bedrooms. I mean, with 20% affordable. I don't understand what the hangup is. I do get the complications with the 2-acre parcel, and if there was a way for the developer to lessen the number of units to work and meet that common ground solution that we want to find, council, I'm supportive of that. But if that's going to kill the project, I'd like to see this project be built with the infill that is being presented. Is this request unique? Yes, it is. Is it legal? Yes, it is. This is not an illegal ask by the zoning adjustment. If we don't approve this request, the project is likely not going to come back to us. And that's going to be 208 individuals that won't have a place to call home that could have. Okay, 208. I want you to imagine 208 people you're saying no to because you don't like that the 2 acres is fenced off. I've heard that this is an out-of-state developer and that therefore we shouldn't be supportive of this project. My question is to anyone saying or thinking that, who are the folks that are going to be living here? Councilmember McCarthy, you've helped to shape the fact that there's not going to be short-term rentals in this project. Council, we helped to shape that this is not going to be another student housing project. These are going to be locals living here. This is a local project, infill, workforce development, something we need. In closing, Mayor and Council, I'd like to see us support this project today and find a way to make this work for the developer and the community. And I will be extremely disappointed personally if we let this thing fall through and fall short of being a success for our community that so desperately deserves and needs affordable housing today. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for allowing me the time to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Well articulated. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose I should get on the record with my thoughts and comments here before we go to a final, before we start the motion process. And I've already spoken at length on the record about this matter before, so I'll go ahead and try to keep my comments brief. I am not likely to be supporting this rezone. While the applicant may be taking advantage of a legal loophole in order for the fuzzy math of this development to work, it's my opinion that the applicant should have avoided the temptation to act upon this loophole in bad faith. While legal, this funny math wreaks havoc on a reasonable person's sense of what medium density housing looks like, and in this context, where it's appropriate. You know, I think this is an appropriate area for infill development. That comment will most likely be ignored, as it has in the past, so I don't want to understate it. I think it's appropriate for some sort of medium density regional housing opportunity to go in here. But that's not what we're going to put here. It's going to be a very high density project. I want to thank F Cubed for stepping forward here and speaking up. Frankly, the position that F Cubed took surprised me, but it also spoke loudly to me and echoed all of my similar concerns that I've had from the beginning. This isn't good wildlife habitat. It's not a healthy wildlife corridor. This is a perfect opportunity for infill. And I am grateful that the applicant was receptive to my idea of putting pickleball courts on the power line easement. I think that's going to be a nice feature for the neighborhood to take advantage of. And in particular, I'm very grateful for the affordable units that would be going up on this property. It's needed, and I understand why others on this council are supporting the project because of its inclusion. But I very much take umbrage with the idea that this is a NIMBY issue. This is not about being supportive of affordable housing. It's not. This is about what's appropriate for the space and also what's consistent with the regional plan as it now exists. And medium density housing is appropriate here, but that's not what it's going to end up going up here. And that's really unfortunate. You know, ultimately, the way I see it, the property owners are selling the land, but demanding to maintain some sort of private control of portions of it. And I did not hear that notion shot down to my satisfaction when the representative for the developer had a chance to speak. You know, the developer has admitted that they're getting this on a technicality. So I won't support this unless they agree to only go with 9 acres and drop 23 units for a new total of 170 units, 137 units on this parcel. Otherwise, there's still the methodology of going for a regional plan amendment, and I would support that process going forward, although it would entail comments and opinions from all sides and would be a lengthy process. I think that is the proper way for us to go forward on an issue which so clearly has fuzzy math at the center of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Councilmember Shimoni for your articulate argument for affordable housing. I share your concerns. I know that this is an urgent problem in our community that is preventing us from being as good as we can be, because we need more housing. I'm not opposed to the use. I am not opposed to an apartment building being built there. I think that's very appropriate. I am not opposed to the density necessarily. And as has been stated, we have a deficit of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom rental apartments. I also believe that I support clustered development. I support leaving areas of open space, but the kicker here is that open space needs to be available to the residents of the development. This is where I'm getting stuck on this project, is that it is fenced off from residents of the development. I also believe that estate residential, which is what it is currently zoned, does not serve our community, and I would not want to see, one house per 5 acres developed there. And this all comes down, I've got the realization that we have an affordable housing emergency on one hand, with this proposal conflicting with how we've decided as a community to make our land use decisions. And that's a hurdle that I'm having a really difficult time overcoming. And so I'd like to echo what Councilmember Aslan said, that lowering your density to what would be required or what would be allowed there without the 2 acres, so using 9 acres would be very acceptable to me, or applying for a major plan amendment. And if you're successful, then perhaps you can have a higher density there than is currently allowed. And this is such a difficult decision for me. And if there were any other way to support this project, if that 2 acres wasn't hanging out there, I would like to support this project. But as it stands, I can't at the current density.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just looking at my notes here. Okay. First, I need to emphasize that I strongly support our council's goals in increasing housing availability and affordability, as well as pursuing sustainability. And I think every staff member who worked so hard in the last couple of years or so with the developer to come up with a more palatable draft development agreement. From the April meeting, I have come across a couple of dilemmas. And I think these dilemmas are shared by some of the members of the community who spoke with us today and also wrote to us, and some members on council. There exists a strong property rights dilemma, as this development is entangled with 2 acres of homestead on the north side of High Country Trail. The property owner is selling the property to the developer, but will be maintaining control of the 2 acres of the homestead. And I am very much aware of Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, as well as staff recommendation. There also seems to be a gray area when it comes to transfer of development rights by joining the 2 parcels and in calculating density. And that is clear to me that there's an effort in bending the zoning code. And it is a gray area. But there's a reason why we have a zoning code. And it is my sworn duty to abide, comply, and enforce our zoning code. Another dilemma that I have been processing is the undelivered promise. At the last meeting, I was so enthusiastic in seeing this property, this development come into fruition, with the promise of opening 1.45 acres of the homestead to public access. And that is where the resource protection overlay is located. However, that promise is not delivered in the development agreement. I intend to see the project come into fruition the right way. So if I could offer an unsolicited advice to the developer, because I remember in the April meeting that 160 units is your breaking point to move this project forward. So if the developer is so inclined to pursue 160 units or more, I encourage you to go back to the drawing board, let go of the 2 acres of the homestead, and disentangle from the cumbersome conditions set forth by the property owner. I further encourage the developer to submit a regional plan amendment to pave the way for high-density residential zone on 9 acres south of High Country Trail. And that is adjacent to the lodge. And for full disclosure, I live at the lodge for 4 years and I love that community. So going through that process will allow the developer to build up to 198 units on 9 acres if a regional plan amendment is successful. So those are my 2 unsolicited advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for the discussion tonight. I am very supportive of affordable housing and sustainability. I support many aspects of this development and would like to see housing on this parcel, and I believe in infill. And I do believe that in the right circumstances, this would be a very appropriate place for this type of project. However, at this point, this project is not falling within the regional plan. So I would like to either see this go through the process for a regional plan amendment and involve our community in that discussion, or I would like to see the built 9 acres, the buildings on the 9 acres that would be allowed. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment, and then I'd like to comment before you make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you want to take Adam Shimoni's comment first before I make a motion?
Sure. Councilmember Shimoni has a question for the developer. Councilmember Shimoni, if you could make it short, and though I think we're pretty, consensus has already been built, it seems like here. Yep. So.
I am hearing that from all of you on council. So my question for the developer is, what is your response to the conversation you've heard by the majority of council before we address a motion or vote up or vote down this project? I'm just curious if the developer has any last minute ideas or Hail Mary options that make this project a success for us all.
Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, I appreciate the question, and I wish I did have a Hail Mary. I can tell you, as it stands today, there is no access to the property on the north side of High Country Trail. And if in fact this property was approved and this proposal was approved, there would be no access, but there would be $7 million worth of public benefits between all of the items that I've listed that you're all well aware of. I won't belabor the point, but I can tell you if it's denied, there will also be no access, but there will be no corresponding public benefit. And it's beyond frustrating at this stage to hear any inkling, frankly, that we're not playing by the rules. There is nothing that this applicant is doing that is not in accordance with your plan, with your zoning code, with your entire ordinance. Yet it's been suggested that after 3 years, now we go back and revisit the regional plan, which is just unfortunately unavailable to us at this stage. So the entire project will go away because we started at 197 units and we're now at 160 units and cannot build a project at fewer than 160 units. And I appreciate the work that those of you on the council have attempted to make this a reality. But I can tell you, as it stands today, there is no alternative for us. We have done everything we possibly can and more, and have exceeded so many of your standards. So to find out that all of that is for naught is beyond frustrating. And I think a loss not only to the developer, but also, frankly, to the city.
Okay, thank you. And I really personally appreciate your efforts in our community, and I apologize that this does not seem like it's moving forward. I too am extremely disappointed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni and Mr. Morris. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a brief comment, then make a motion, and then make another brief comment. I I found that the comments of F Cubed were interesting. They pointed out that the developer is planning to use the 2 acres north of the road for their allowable density calculations. That is very clear. It does seem to me, to use an analogy, that they're trying to bake a cake, but it's an incomplete cake. And I really do appreciate the community benefits. We'll call those icing on the cake, but still it's an incomplete cake. But I do have a suggestion, and I think it's a reasonable suggestion. And I sincerely hope that all parties will accept a reasonable solution. So, considering the critical need for 1 and 2 bedroom apartments in Flagstaff, I hereby move to approve Ordinance 2021-06 to amend the zoning map to rezone the subject parcel to medium density residential with the 6 conditions listed in the staff report, and with the added requirement that the number of apartments be limited to no more than 137 units. The number of required, and I'm still in the motion here, the number of required formerly affordable housing units shall be reduced proportionally while maintaining the 20% allocation. The number of automobile parking spaces may be reduced in accordance with City Code to reflect the change from 160 down to 137 dwelling units. That's my motion. A comment I'd like to make is that what I would suggest is that we pass that motion tonight. The developer may say, we can't do that. Well, I would ask the developer to say, sharpen your pencils. And also, it may be some of those icings on the cake are available for negotiation. Maybe we give in on a few of the icings on the cake to get the basic project. So that's my motion. And hopefully I can get a second on it so that we can at least have a discussion about my idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, with that motion's on the table, I do want to give my comments here.
I will second that, Mayor. I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Salas. Well, I have to say this is very similar to what others have stated thus far. We do have a zoning code, but also we have a planning and zoning commission that voted this down. It's not just about why have a code if we're not going to uphold it. It's about why have a planning and zoning commission if we aren't going to listen to their assessment of the situation as well. This is a very unprecedented situation, but I don't want it to become the precedent that we are effectively approving high density residential and a medium density rezoning. And with that, I won't belabor us too much. I just think that this is inconsistent with our regional plan and would echo many of the other individuals who have stated their stance on that and how to approach the situation. With that, we do have a motion in place by Councilmember McCarthy and seconded by Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy, you have a comment.
I just want to comment that my motion is consistent with the zoning code very clearly and is consistent with the regional plan. So I'm going to vote yes on my motion.
Gotcha. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. I am in favor of this motion, assuming the developer is. And I know we said that we're just going to push it back on the developer. If the developer isn't in favor of this motion and says this is a non-starter, I'm personally not in favor, but I don't know. I don't know if the developer wants to comment on this, but it's hard for me to vote on this not knowing what the developer is thinking is possible.
Yeah, we are past the point of including their commentary at this point. Okay. So we're in motion here. So there is a motion in place.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Would this motion, this might be something that Alex can answer, or if legal needs to get involved, so be it. But my question is, if this motion moves forward, does that, that's not just about this one specific developer. This would leave this parcel of land open for any developer, correct? Potentially. Do you understand my question? I mean,
I'm not sure. This is Sterling. I'm not sure.
About,
sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Auza LLC. This could be applicable to anybody who would like to develop here.
This rezone? Oh, I see. That if a different applicant came
to
in.
The motion.
Yes, I would think a different developer could come in and develop to this, to these standards, these conditions of the zoning.
That was my understanding too. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to all of council.
I think perhaps legal should confirm that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please.
This is Sterling. I was going to comment. Christina Rubalcaba is on the line. Christina, if you want to jump in, great. If not, I will.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Thanks, Sterling. Christina Rubalcaba, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Yeah, so the development agreement, if approved, and the rezoning will run with the land. So any other developer in the future, if this developer decides to withdraw from whatever agreement they have with the property owner, could develop according to the site plan and according to all of the conditions of the ordinance. That is correct. But going back, just one more comment, going back to Councilmember McCarthy's point, if council were to do the first read, anything that was going to be renegotiated, I think it was referred to as the icing, that would really need to happen before the second read because those conditions are currently found in the DA and they're required to be complied with.
Thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba. Ms. Salzberg, you wrote in the chat box. If you could say that out loud, just so we're all aware, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick clarification on Councilmember McCarthy's motion. This would be a motion to read the ordinance for the first time with the amendments you listed.
And I absolutely agree with that.
Thanks, Jim. Sorry, Sterling here. Correct. And that's why Christina's advice was about possible negotiations between the first and the second read. This would only be for the first read.
I agree with all of that. And the developer may not know how he thinks about it tonight, but he may get to think about it for a few days and then come back.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I'm a little concerned with Councilmember Aslan. I appreciate you bringing up that point that if they withdraw now, we have rezoned that someone else can bring up, and then we may lose some potential negotiating power over whatever else we may want to see here. So will not be in favor of the motion on the table currently. So with that being said, though, I'll open it up for further discussion before we go to a roll call vote.
I have another question.
Oh, go for it.
Sorry, trying to write Q. Mr. McCarthy, I was wondering if you did the math on the proportionality of affordable housing units at the new threshold that you mentioned. How many units would that be compared to what it was before? Just curious. I could also do the math.
Actually, I haven't run the math on that, but it's 20%.
Looks like Alex can.
So it'd be 20% of 137.
Oh, yeah.
So that'd be like 27 or 28, depending on how we round up or down.
Ms. Pucciarelli, could you confirm for us, please?
It's actually based on the base density. So the 137 includes bonus density units. So the base density is actually 81. So that would result in 16 affordable units.
Thank you.
And Vice Mayor has well, before we go to Vice Mayor, question, City Attorney, you have a comment?
Oh, my apologies. I was talking to the wall there. Just a quick clarification on your statement, Mayor. The rezone would not be in effect unless and until there's a second read. I know you mentioned you're not in favor of a first read tonight, but there is a second read required for that rezone for the ordinance to become effective. Just wanted to point that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, City Attorney. Vice Mayor, have a question?
Yes, although I'm going to withdraw it based on Mr. Solomon's clarification.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan, would you like to state what you stated there? So.
I would like, I don't know exactly procedurally how to do this, but if we're going to vote on this amendment, I would like it to further include a stipulation that the units are electric. If there's a potentiality of losing some of our negotiating power here, I don't see why we can't keep going with our bullet points on what needs to be included on the site if it were to be developed.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Attorney or Ms. Rubalcaba, whoever would like to jump in here.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick answer to Councilmember Aslan's question. That would just require an amendment to the motion. If that answers your question. If not, let me know.
Yeah. Ms. Rubalcaba?
Yeah, and just to add on to what Sterling said, I believe the requirement you're referring to, Councilmember Aslan, is already in the development agreement. It would be that alternative sustainability provision for the all-electric units, and that would require, of course, council to pass a zoning code amendment later on. But because that's already included in the development agreement, and whatever is approved by council is a package, it's the rezoning ordinance together with the development agreement, and they both refer to each other. So that is what runs with the land. So any subsequent developer that would want to develop would have to comply with all of those provisions as well, because they are in the development agreement. So that, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're looking for, that provision is already in the development agreement and would apply to this developer if they get the rezone, or if you approve the rezone and another developer comes in later on, it would apply to that developer as well.
Hey, Ms. Rubalcaba, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Aslan, but you meant for all electric, not just to the units, but to the common areas and the pool, et cetera, that was taken back with the amended development agreement.
Well, we get into that interesting scenario about I'm trying to go through my notes here and think at the same time. It's not working. I am satisfied what Ms. Rubalcaba said. So,
okay.
I'm not even sure I need to make an amendment to the motion, do I? Based off of her.
No, I don't think one is necessary.
Okay.
No, it's not. That's correct.
All right. Do we have any further comments or questions from council before we move on to roll call? All right, I'm not seeing anything else in the chat box, so we do have a motion on the table by Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? And Ms. Salzberg or Ms. Vobar, if you could take us down the list for roll call.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Daggett?
Aye.
Councilmember Sweet?
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Aye.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Aye.
Councilmember Aslan?
Aye.
Councilmember Salas?
Aye.
Mayor DC?
Nay. All right. That motion does carry. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 11 acres of real property located at 151 West High Country Trail, APN 112-05-001W and 112-05-011 from the estate residential ER zone to the medium density residential MR zone with conditions, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date as amended.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. This brings us down to agenda item 11A. This is the consideration and possible direction options for a petition to address intentional noise pollution.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Frank Higgins, Deputy Chief of Police with the Flagstaff Police Department. This information pertains specifically to loud vehicle noise. This process started in October of 2019 when the Mayor and City Council received an email from a City of Flagstaff resident concerning intentionally loud automobile mufflers. This email was subsequently followed with a petition signed by 29 residents of the city titled Intentional Noise Pollution. This petition asks the City Council to address unnecessary vehicle noise created when drivers intentionally modify a vehicle for the sole purpose of increasing their noise footprint. Some key considerations to take in mind on this is there is currently a Arizona Revised Statute 28-955 dealing specifically with mufflers, noise and air pollution prevention, emission control devices, and civil penalties and exceptions to that law. Specifically, subsection A states a motor vehicle shall be equipped at all times with a muffler that is in good working order and that is in constant operation to prevent excessive or unusual noise. It goes on to say a person shall not use a muffler cutout, bypass, or similar device on a motor vehicle on the highway. So there is some existing state law in effect. It is a civil violation if somebody is cited under this. The one key point of this is it is very subjective in nature, simply because there is no upper noise limit in decibels that has been defined within the statute. Any enforcement of this would be up to the state to be able to articulate why it's a violation of the law and why they should be found responsible for the violation. Another issue with this is a nuisance violation. Our officers have been directed by the leadership of the police department when they have time available to address specifically life safety issues when they have their time. So this really would not be high on their radar for enforcement activities when we're looking specifically for moving violations, when we're doing traffic enforcement with vehicles to help protect the safety of the public and reduce traffic collisions. In looking through other jurisdictions, there are other cities that have specific vehicle noise ordinances. Two I provided to the City Council, one from the Township of Gilbert, one from the City of Tempe, list violations and give it a specific decibel level to entail a violation. Kind of gives you that border. Once you get past that, now you're in violation of the city ordinance and enforcement can happen. Both of them are similar in nature. If it's a 6,000-pound vehicle driving below, at or below 35 miles an hour, there's an 88 decibel limit. And then above that, there is a 92 decibel limit measured 50 feet from the travel or from the center of the travel lane. In order to enforce these types of ordinances, there's some issues that need to be considered. Number one, who do you want to be the enforcement arm of this, whether it's going to be a police department action or if it's going to be a code enforcement action. And again, when you get into this, it is, if somebody calls with a complaint saying, I've got this vehicle drove by my house, here's what it looks like, it's going to be a low priority call simply because we prioritize our calls for service to address life safety issues first. Typically, something like this would probably be about a priority 5, and it could hold in the queue for quite a while if we have a busy shift before an officer could even get to the call. And again, when we go into doing the investigations to this, there's going to be some equipment that is required and some training of the officers enforcing these types of ordinances. They are going to need a class 1 decibel meter in order to measure the amount of noise coming from any violating vehicle, along with training to certify them in the use of that. There is Rutgers University offers training in this area. It's now done in a WebEx format. Back in the day, they used to have to fly the people out to New Jersey to attend the class. Now it can be done over the internet. The cost of that training is $625, and the officer that gets certified in that would need to be recertified every 2 years at a cost of about $325, in addition to the several $100s to buy the actual equipment itself to measure the violation. I'm open to any questions you may have for me.
Thank you very much, and thanks for doing that research as well for to help us inform us this evening. Council, do we have any questions? And we do have two public commenters, so I can I'll be getting them up here soon, but specifically on this part. I'm not saying anything at this time, so Ms. Fobar, you can patch them through.
Mr. Michael Collier, could you please go ahead?
Council members, I am Michael Collier. I live on West Cherry Avenue. Folks in Flagstaff have learned to endure their share of expected urban noise, sirens, helicopters, but I'm concerned about intentional noise created by a handful of drivers for no understandable reason. The existing Flagstaff noise ordinance focuses mostly on out-of-control parties and only mentions first stereo. It does say that no person shall operate volume to any person in the vicinity, and that no person shall operate a vehicle with
Mr. Collier, could you please speak up? We're getting people having a hard time hearing you.
Arizona law provides modifying a muffler place here than original. Good shops and Flagstaff sell replacement mufflers that make sound to the road here. Nowadays you can strap on a muffler that makes sound like automatic rifle fire. I used a $20 handheld meter to record every step on E66 in the 80 or 85 decibel range. Motorcycles ripped by on Milton in the mid-90s. I bet you one around Butler feeling away at 105 decibels. Most elderly occupants were wearing earmuffs. I wish I was. The police in Flagstaff rarely intercept noisy drivers. Chief Dan Musselman told me that his department has chosen not to focus on these offenders. He's convinced that his officers would have to go through an extensive certification, and they would have to present this evidence before if citations were going to stick. I appreciate the police department's protection of our kids. They're busy enough after serious criminals. This I understand. But I respectfully disagree that these violations are neither serious nor unenforceable. I spoke with Officer Orton of police. He says that only his department
Mr. Collier, I'm sorry. Could I please try and call you back? We're having a really bad connection issue.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Fobar.
Mayor and Council, I have Sarah Buss on the line. Sarah, you can go ahead and begin your comments, please.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you in advance for taking the time to address the topic of altered mufflers that create noise pollution. I've lived and worked in Flagstaff for 21 years, and like many, I have seen this mountain town grow, and that's to be expected. I purchased my home in 2009, and I worked really hard to remodel it and eventually build a garage with a casita on my lot. I've been very happy in my neighborhood and my home for many years until about 2 years ago. This is when altered mufflers started to become a popular thing, and it's progressively gotten really noisy in my neighborhood. And if you want to speak from a legal point of view, there's a Human Rights Act that people are entitled to the peaceful enjoyment of their property, which myself and my tenant have the right to live undisturbed without unnecessary interruptions. I can hear people's mufflers sometimes from up to 5 blocks away while I'm inside my home with the doors and the windows closed. If we're watching a movie, I'll pause the movie when cars drive past. I will also tell people that I'm talking to on the phone to hold on for a second while people with loud mufflers come past. And so I just encourage City Council today to take this matter seriously and pursue some legal action against the very small minority of people that are creating these nuisances. I know that it will be a burden on the police or whoever is enforcing it, but I think that loud mufflers do not represent Flagstaff and what we really want our community to be like or sound like. I don't think that I'm the only person in this town that feels this way. I can hear them when I'm downtown, if you're trying to have coffee, sitting on a patio. And just for the fact that it doesn't really serve any other purpose but to just be loud and annoying is really not, I think, representative of our community and who we want to be. And so I just, like I said, I hope that the council takes this seriously and pursues legal action to make our community a quiet and peaceful place to live for everyone. And thank you very much for listening to my comments, and I hope you all have a nice evening. Thank you.
Mayor, you are muted.
Oh, okay. There we go. I think we have Mr. Collier on the line now. So happy
Thank you, Ms. Bus. Have a good day.
All right, thank
All right, Michael, go ahead. You are all set.
Mayor, council members, I apologize for the poor connection before. I am Michael Collier, and I live on West Terry Avenue. Folks in Flagstaff have learned to endure their share of expected urban noise. Trains, sirens, construction, helicopters. But I'm concerned about intentional vehicular noise created by a handful of drivers for no understandable reason. The existing Flagstaff noise ordinance focuses mostly on out-of-control parties and only mentions car stereos in passing. It does say that no person shall operate a vehicle with such volume to disturb the quiet, comfort, or repose of any person in the vicinity, and that no person shall operate a vehicle which can be heard a distance of 50 feet or more. Arizona law prohibits modifying a muffler to make it noisier than original stock equipment. But shops in Flagstaff sell replacement mufflers just to make cars sound throatier. Nowadays, you can strap on a muffler that's made to sound like automatic rifle fire. I used a $20 handheld meter to record heavy traffic on East 66, which was in the 80 or 85 decibel range. Motorcycles ripped by on Milton in the mid-90s. I measured one sports car at Butler peeling away at 105 decibels. Both of its elderly occupants were wearing protective earmuffs. I wished I was. The police in Flagstaff rarely intercept noisy drivers. Chief Dan Musselman told me that his department had chosen not to focus on these offenders. He's convinced that his officer would have to go through extensive certification process and then would have to present this evidence in court if citations were going to stick. I appreciate the police department's protection of our community. They are busy enough apprehending serious criminals. This I understand. But I respectfully disagree that noise violations are neither serious nor unenforceable. I spoke with Officer Orton of the Boise Police. He says that no one in his department has taken a noise certification course and yet are able to cite noisy drivers. Orton's aware of the decibel criteria, but mostly uses common sense. Chief Matthew Champlin of Santa Fe told me that his officers also rely on the powers of observation and common sense. Why do we tolerate this noise in our streets? I'd like to see City Council start a conversation about this aspect of life in Flagstaff. I'd argue that noise that's created intentionally is somehow different than other sources. What impacts are we willing to live with in a growing, vibrant community? And what intrusive aspects can we choose to control? I hope that we, the citizens, and you, the council, will take responsibility for our quality of life in Flagstaff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. All right, with that, council, do we have any comments or questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I will tell you that my first car was a 1957 Chevy, and I had it pretty souped up, and I had glass packs on it. And I'll tell you, the police in Tucson, they gave me enough tickets that I went ahead and put real mufflers on it. So if they could do it to good old Jim McCarthy, I think we can do it to anybody else. So I am supportive of moving this forward. I think it is a real issue, and it's worth our time to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers who gave comment tonight. Councilmember McCarthy, I wholeheartedly agree with you and would like to see us take this up as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan.
I am supportive as well of moving this forward, and I think it is worthy of staff time. It seems like it could be a pretty sticky issue and might be applied with limited success, at least at first, but we have to take that first step, and I think this is worthy of our attention.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I'm also in agreement that this is definitely worthy of our time to pursue what options we can do to reduce that noise pollution. So intentional noise pollution at that. So I think with that, we have sufficient direction for staff to pursue. So thank you for the signers of the petition and for bringing this forward to us, and look forward to the future conversations. With that, brings us down to agenda item 11B. This is the COVID update on library site-specific plan and discussion on J. Lively Ice Arena capacity and vaccine incentives.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, one of your deputy city managers, bringing up the presentation now so we can view it together. We do have three topics for this evening. They are an update on the library site-specific plan, J. Lively Ice Arena capacity, and then the vaccine incentives. I will be joined later in this presentation by Supervisor Horstman, Kim Musselman, as well as Sarah Langley. So the library site-specific plan, you may have seen this in the press release that Jessica Drum sent out, I believe it was last week. But the downtown library began Tier 2 today. That means they are open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 25 patrons at a time. They do now have limited seating as well as study areas available to patrons as they come in. Computers are still available up to 1 hour sessions, so they can make reservations for those. Library materials are also available in the self-serve kiosk so that the patron can check their materials out. The curbside and phone and reference services that folks have been utilizing over the last year are going to continue. So services are also going to be similar at the East Side Library, but they'll begin Tier 2 tomorrow, June 2nd, and their hours are going to vary a little, as well as the number of individuals at a time, just because it's a smaller facility. So they'll be open, as you can see here, Monday and Wednesday from 2 to 6 p.m., Friday and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Instead of the 25 individuals that you'll see in the downtown area, they'll be able to service 15 patrons at a time. So Jay Lively Ice Arena, we've been open as part of Tier 3. And we would like to begin June 1st, which is today, increase capacity throughout the facility while continuing to maintain the space needed for physical distancing. And that will be seen in public skate, the locker room area, spectators, so the bleachers there that are located in the facility, as well as the lobby. Tier 4, again, would be looking to begin that on June 28th, which includes opening to capacity. So I'd like to turn it over to the Director of Health and Human Services, Kim Musselman, as well as Supervisor Patrice Horstman at this time to talk about vaccine incentives.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us today. And I'm pleased to have Supervisor Horstman here with me this evening, as she was very supportive and in fact quite the impetus behind us going forward with a vaccine incentive program that we've actually put together specifically for businesses and reaching out to businesses. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop and let Supervisor Horstman explain what it is and what she's been doing with this that we have put together through our joint information team and have been working alongside some city businesses, chambers, and other entities. So Supervisor Horstman, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Deasy and Vice Mayor Daggett and members of the City Council. It's certainly my pleasure to address you here this evening. And it is my great pleasure to introduce the Coconino County's Be a Big Shot COVID-19 Vaccination Incentive Program. As you know, we have a big responsibility to get all of our residents vaccinated. And we are looking together with the city for our continued partnership to get the shots in every arms of everyone here in Coconino County. We have appreciated your great partnership in the past, and we're hopeful that you'll join us here in the Be a Big Shot incentive program. And to that, what we are doing is to encourage people to get their vaccination. We have reached out to local businesses and asked them to join us in providing an incentive in their business for those customers and patrons who provide a copy of their vaccination card and provide them some incentive in their business. And it's up to each individual business to decide what that incentive might be. It could be, for example, $1 off a purchase. It might be 5% off a purchase. It may be a free beverage. It's really up to the very individual businesses decide how they're going to join this program. We ask them to go online and to sign up with the county at www.coconino.az.gov/bigshot and indicate that they are willing to participate, be a participating business, and include the incentive that they would like to offer and any other requirements that they may have with regards to this incentive. Now, we are reaching out to businesses. I have reached out to the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance, and they went ahead and unanimously approved this campaign. They are joining the county's efforts. They will be included in the county's website, as will any other business that advertising that they in fact are participants in the Be a Big Shot program. And we are asking you all to also join us and encourage businesses and organizations. Some of you have your own businesses and you may like to join or be part of our Big Shot program. We are really looking forward to trying to get shots in arms and feel this incentive program may be very helpful in doing this. And from across the country, you've probably been reading about various incentive programs, and it does seem to be making a difference for some who just need that slight little push to get their shot. So we're excited about it. We're looking forward to the city joining us in our efforts and looking forward to signing up businesses across Flagstaff and quite frankly, across Coconino County to try to encourage getting vaccinations. So I know that Kim, you probably have more information, and if you have any questions, members of the City Council, we're here to try to answer those as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. The only other piece that I would add is just to be clear, the county is not actually providing the incentive. As Supervisor Horstman said, this is solely coming from the businesses. I know that's certainly of concern, especially considering some of the pieces moving through the legislature. And we were very clear in designing this so that this business campaign is not about for the county to provide any benefit, but to notify the individuals of the incentives to use our communication methods that are already in place and have a very large following to be able to provide that information about what businesses are providing those incentives. So there's no benefit coming to the county itself. So I just wanted to add that piece of clarification and pause for any other questions around that item. Thanks, Shannon.
That's the disclaimer.
So thank you, Director Musselman and Supervisor Horstman. This is really great. I do see Councilmember Salas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to extend big, grateful, thankful hearts to our county leadership, Ms. Musselman and Supervisor Horstman for this effort. And I also want to extend, I don't know if you could see this. So it's my symbol for peace, to double peace and get your vaccines.
Absolutely.
And also for me, I'm gonna do a shout out, be a big shot, and you can also get a big hug from me if I see you in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
You, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank both of you for taking the time to be with us tonight and speak to the City Council. We, the City Council, appreciate your efforts at the county and appreciate this effort especially. So thank you for being with us and all of your work in the council. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm not seeing any. Oh, there we go. Councilmember Aslan with the comment.
It's all about the asymptote. I don't know if that's a hashtag or a bumper sticker or what, but you know, we're doing good here in Coconino County. We still need to cross the finish line, and right now we're just worried about getting people vaccinated who can get vaccinated, who are a little bit hesitant, who just need a little shove over the line. Thank you to our county guests this evening for sharing with us what you guys are doing. I at some point would like to move this conversation inward as a council to see what else we might do as a city, or maybe I'm sensing that we're trying to avoid getting into that conversation because of state preemption. But these are all great things, and very excited to see what's already happening out there, and would like to say any way we can be supportive of the county efforts, just let us know, and we can provide that extra additional support. One thing that I have heard recently cropping up is that a lot of vaccine hesitancy, especially in communities of color, is coming from a misunderstanding that a bill might show up in the mail. And no matter what we say, folks have been bitten by the medical establishment before. They go in for something free and they end up with a bill they can't pay. So I can understand where that fear comes from. Wondering if there's anything we can do to just double down our reassurance to people that COVID vaccines are free and they will not be billed for them down the road. And I've also heard just anecdotally, but this is my wife telling me these things, so I definitely trust her. She recently read a study, which I could fish out for everybody if you want to see it, that in terms of incentives, $100 gift cards are really, really good. Anything more is unnecessary, and anything less doesn't work as well, but $100 seems to be the real sweet spot, and that's just another thought to add to the mix this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Just real quick, thank you, both of you, for being here and your efforts. The county has done an amazing job with this. And I would just like to, again, encourage the business community to please jump on board, register, and offer some type of incentive. We are doing so good. We're getting close to having our community vaccinated, and I think this would be a great added push, and I just appreciate all of your efforts and this creative way of incentivizing people to get their vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what everyone else has said. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for this great idea and all the work that went into it. Thank you to local businesses that are offering some sort of incentive. Thank you to everyone who has already been vaccinated and those who will be vaccinated. And again, I know we've expressed this many times before, but just thank you to Coconino County for your leadership and all the great work with first testing and then vaccination. We're all so grateful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I'm not seeing any further C's or Q's in our chat box. So thank you again for doing this. I'll just say this is smart. I mean, use communication for this when we're getting our hands tied by the state legislature. So I commend also your creative pursuit. So thank you both for being here. And I do believe we have a little bit to discuss here with the Jay Lively and so forth. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. So now I will pass it on to Sarah Langley. She's going to talk a little bit about the vaccination-related legislation. So Sarah, if you want to take it from here.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Just to provide the council with a brief overview of how the legislature has weighed in on vaccine incentives so far this session. So as you're aware, Governor Ducey issued an executive order which did prohibit local governments from requiring proof of vaccination in exchange for being able to enter a facility or for receiving a service, a permit, or a license. However, that executive order does not bar local governments from incentivizing vaccines. More recently, a few weeks ago, House Bill 2190 was introduced. And that bill did, in its original form, preempt local governments from providing an incentive for someone receiving a vaccine. That prohibition against vaccine incentives was later amended out of the bill, and then the bill actually failed in the Senate. However, we did hear that legislators are interested in bringing that back in some form. So just a note that, of course, the state legislature, although they're on a break right now, they are still in session and basically nothing is final yet. So there is still a chance that legislation could emerge that would impact the ability of local governments to incentivize vaccines. However, nothing of that nature has passed yet. And indeed, we have seen several cities within the state providing a direct incentive for those who receive a vaccine. And then as our colleagues at the county alluded to, incentives provided by private businesses are, of course, much different. And the legislature would likely view those as falling within the purview of the private business owner of whether or not they would be able to offer those. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Langley. Council, do we have any questions or comments regarding?
My comment.
Yes, please do.
So it seems to me that pretty clearly we have a window of opportunity here to act. I think we should jump on it. And again, I don't want to be prescriptive. I'm not creative in this way. This isn't my wheelhouse, coming up with prizes for the party. But I think we should do something. And I don't know if it's too late to budget a certain number of $100 gift cards or debit cards or something. I just want to get the creative juices flowing and think through this a little bit. I think as a city, we can also do something. It's great. It's fabulous what the county's doing. But we should be able to do our own thing as well in tandem with that. And I'm very much looking forward to any ideas that council has or staff or leadership for thinking outside the box on this, maybe getting a couple articles in the paper and ticking those numbers up ultimately is what we're trying to do. And something that works would be great.
Thank you, Councilmember. The one area that we have some difficulty in would be is because of the gift clause with the Arizona Constitution. So giving straight up cash out, I believe we may run into some legal issues there without even a preemption. The one area, and Sterling will back me up, but on that one area though that I was considering was whether we give, for example, free admission to the Aquaplex and to the J Lively or something to that effect, where people can get out and exercise and try the facility so that, hey, we've never been here before, and then they like it, and then they become more commonly at the location. So anyways, yeah, let's let city attorney jump in here real quick. Keep us under control.
Well, I won't. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I won't say much more than the mayor already did with respect to just a flat out handout cash and the gift clause. One thing I will say is while Councilmember Asplin, the creative side of coming up with gifts for the party may not be your wheelhouse, follow the county's lead here as far as trying to get businesses to incentivize that. There is nothing wrong with that. And encouraging businesses to do so is by far the best option.
Yeah, and Councilmember Shimoni, do you want to state what you put in the chat box there?
Sure,
the whole
yeah. I was just saying maybe we can do a raffle of sorts, just a basic idea that can go a long way with a handful of gifts or awards, and yet could have hundreds of people in that raffle drawing process. And I did mention free swim lessons at the Aquaplex, which is something that is already being offered, so it's kind of a joke. But yeah, just trying to get the creative juices flowing. Thank you, Mayor.
Can we do something? Can we raffle ourselves as council members? I'm not sure that's much of an incentive. But again, I'm just thinking out loud here. That probably wouldn't be much of an incentive.
Well, I would like to. Yeah, Councilmember Salas did offer free hugs, so we're getting there.
Anyway, though, that's.
I would like to maybe see if we could do, free admissions to our city facilities, if that might be an option. And I'm throwing that out there. Sterling, please correct me, but that's not a straight up gift dollar amount. That's something that we're just providing free admittance, just like free
ice skating lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Or free hour at the, J Lively.
City attorney, if we're getting off place, please cut me off.
And I don't want to speak out of turn, but if there are ideas that our leadership would like to share, speak now or forever hold your peace. Or bring it up with the city manager later.
Well, we'll waive your parking tickets. I don't know. Well, but would council be interested in looking into whether we can give, free admission to our facilities or something to that effect, so that we can get some ball rolling here of possibilities and then go from there? Because then at least we'll give the staff direction to look up what the possibilities are. I think that's a good starting point.
Thank you. That'd be great.
All right, and and I do see a yes from Councilmember Shimoni, a yes from Councilmember McCarthy, and a yes from Councilmember Sweet in the chat box. So I think we got the direction to get this ball rolling, and yes from Vice Mayor. So, yeah, cool. We got lots of thumbs up. That's awesome. So with that, we can bounce back to the J Lively rollout for capacity. We still need to have that as a discussion point too, yes?
Mayor, only if you would like to propose something different than the recommendation provided. I'll scroll back here to that slide. Again, tier 3 today, increasing capacity, and then tier 4 beginning June 28th, which is open to full capacity. And then we also have John Wilson and Rebecca Sayers on the line. If you have more specific questions, they'll be here to answer.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Council, were you wanting to review this aspect, or I'm perfectly fine with this moving forward as is.
So am I.
As the administration has already put forth. So, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Is there any ask to speed up this process? I think the plan seems good to me, but is there a big push to open up sooner than the 28th? And is there any concern with opening up prior to the 28th? I guess those are my questions.
Council, this is Rebecca Sayers, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Director. I think we feel that this is an appropriate way to allow us to do what we're seeing the need for with our programs right now. We are going into summer, so perhaps a little contrary. We actually have lower demand at the facility during summer. We're going to be offering summer camps. Some of the youth hockey associations will be doing some camps and things like that are typically lower capacity. What this allows us to do is have more people throughout the facility. So it's not a capacity limit of total people in the whole facility. It allows us to have certain number or spaced folks out in the locker rooms or in the spectator area, in the lobby, in the birthday room, the party rooms, so that we can spread people out and use more of our facility in a safe way. So we feel that this is appropriate based on the needs that we have moving forward.
Thank you for that. And Mayor, my only other comment is in regards to the senior center. I know that's not amongst the points that we're discussing tonight. So Deputy City Manager, I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring this topic up, but I guess I'll just say my comment or my concern, and then I'll let you all figure out what to do with it. I guess there's a capacity on their events at the senior center to be 6 people per event. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wonder if we can increase that limitation. My understanding is that 8 is basically the entire group that shows up to events. So I'm just wondering if we can increase that number to allow for the participants. And I see Rebecca might have an answer to that. But I know that's not necessarily on the agenda, Mayor. Whatever you think.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I think it still fits, unless Sterling jumps in here. I think that still fits with the general discussion of COVID update. So, as agendized. So, Ms. Sayers, Director Sayers, do you want to touch base on that?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thanks for the question. So what we've done at the Senior Center is the The limits, it's similar to what we're proposing for J Lively. The limit is really based on what allows for physical distancing in the room where that activity is taking place. So if a larger room's available where there are more people requesting to come in, we would try to put them in that room. But right now, the one comment that I've seen that was concerned about the limit of 6 and wanting to increase that to 8, I think they're in the largest room we have available at the time that they want to meet right now. And that room really, just based on having 6 feet of distance around, really requires us to limit it to 6. So that's the situation there. We'll continue working with all of our user groups as we always do, to get them the space they need. And we'll continue having those conversations. But that's the situation that we're in right now, if that helps explain what's going on there.
It does, thank you. My only quick follow-up to that would just be, is there any plan to potentially increase that capacity calculator, or is that just on the horizon?
So we're following what CDC is recommending in terms of spacing, physical distancing. So if CDC changes physical distancing from 6 to say 3 feet or something else like they've done at schools or things, then we would certainly look at that. And that's what we're talking about with J Lively as well, is just really focusing on those CDC guidelines and recommendations. Of course, unless council recommends something else for us to look at.
Personally, Mayor, I'm okay with a little bit more flexibility on these numbers, maybe increasing it to 8, for example, which is not that many, but that's just me. But those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Good questions. I personally, I want to stick with CDC guidelines. We've been doing that well thus far, and once they update those, then yeah, happy to move that along, that needle along. But other members of council, you're welcome to chime in as well if you think differently. All right, I'm not seeing any more comments in the section, so. All right, well, that covers the agendized topic. Was there anything in addition, Deputy City Manager, on this agenda item?
No, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Moving right along here, then, we are down to agenda item number 12, which is the council liaison reports. So let's go, we'll go up the list this go around. So Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing for tonight.
Alrighty, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually checking my schedule really quick to make sure I'm not forgetting something, which I likely am. Last week, we had a meet in the community on the east side, of which Councilmember Sweet and I attended. I think Vice Mayor was at that at some point as well. I think I read in the city manager report, just regarding the flooding potential on the east side. I attended the Housing Commission last week, and the Housing Commission had a great discussion about the 10-year plan along with the alternate response. And so I want to thank the Housing Commission and Vice Mayor and staff for allowing for that conversation to occur. And it was a good conversation. And I think that is all I have to report on. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Salas.
I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
No liaison reports tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor. Oh, wait. Councilmember Aslan. Jeez, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Anyway, I do have a couple things to report. Had a Sustainability Commission meeting this week. Nothing much to report there. I was also had the privilege of being the chair of the Coconino Plateau Watershed Partnership Conference, which occurred in person at the High Country Conference Center. It was a hybrid deal with many people attending in person, very much spread out across the whole ballroom, and some virtual attendees as well. And this was the first in-person meeting of the partnership since February 28th of 2020 due to COVID, which was very exciting. And this was an 8 to 5 thing. It was all day long. And the purpose of the workshop was to provide a comprehensive educational event looking closely at all of the projects the Coconino Plateau Watershed Partnership has been engaged in over the past 3 years. It was a workshop funded entirely by our 2018 Bureau of Reclamation grant, and it was the conclusion of our final task from the proposed titled, wait for it, Growth of the Coconino Plateau Watershed Partnership through Collaborative Project Implementation and Education with the goal of achieving water supply sustainability, which I just love because it's one of those scientific paper titles that just goes on and very much reflective of the wonderful community of scientists and stakeholders and land managers that was with us there. Great event. We've got a Metro Plan meeting in the morning, and also there's going to be a city tour of the new well, which I'm looking forward to attending. And thank you for setting that up, Aaron. I do a lot of my walking late at night, and I walk over to Fort Tuttle, and I see that drilling all night, every night for months now, and it's fun to hear they're finally done and starting to wrap up procedures there. Looking forward to that. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor, what you have for us?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to take a minute to honor Joe Wheaton, who was a member of the city's Housing Commission and a member of the Housing Plan, Neighborhood and Equity Subcommittee, as we all know. And thank you so much, Mayor, for having a moment of silence at the beginning of the meeting. Joe had a huge impact on our community, and she was such a valuable member of the Housing Commission. And I just wanted to take a moment to recognize her and honor her. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I don't have any council liaison reports for tonight, so I will go on to agenda item 13, City Manager Report. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My report this time was fairly brief, talking about some updates with water services. Appended to the report is the monthly report from Water Services. Thank you to Lisa Deem for putting that together. Very informative. It's a good read. If you haven't looked at it yet, please give it a read at your leisure. Some updates, just sporadic updates. One from community development, a few updates from our fire department. Same comment with human resources and our police department. I will note on the subject of the police department, we attended a very nice retirement ceremony for Detective Casey Rucker after his 20-year stint with the city. He's moving on, spending a little more time with his family, who we met. There's a photo in the report for you. Yeah, it was a good retirement ceremony. Some updates from Public Works, including photos of the parking lot improvement at Buffalo Park. Updates regarding goats and sheep. You can enjoy that. And a nice image, courtesy of Economic Vitality, of the courthouse exterior artwork, which is a work in progress. Thank you, Heidi, for that. We had a good meeting, Alliance meeting. That was Friday the 21st. The mayor was able to join us, and thank you, Mayor, for helping to lead that meeting. Also, we had Vice Mayor Daggett. We had a nice send-off, a lot of nicely articulated farewells to President Rita Cheng with NAU. That was good and quite heartfelt. And then, as Council Member Shimoni noted, we did have our meet in the street function with the county. We will be talking a lot about that as we continue to try to up the outreach on the need for preparation to be taken in many of our neighborhoods for the upcoming monsoon season, which by all accounts is supposed to be either average or above average. And that means a lot more rain than last year. So it's a challenge for all of us to get that word out because we're year 2 after the fire. But of course, we're also mindful that with the drought conditions, the forest has not been doing a lot of regeneration, especially in the areas where there was very intense heat, and the hydrophobic soils that resulted from that are very much still in place, which all translates into a high risk of floodwaters during significant rain events this summer. So thank you for letting me spend a little bit of time on that. Do you have any questions about the report for me or for anybody in Water Services with respect to the appended monthly report?
Thank you, City Manager. I'm not seeing anything at this time in the chat box. Just a good
Perfect.
report. Thank you. That's what we got in the chat box. So we always appreciate these updates.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All righty. Well, with that, we're to agenda item 14, informational items and reports from council and staff and future agenda item requests. I'm going to go in reverse order here from before and start with Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request a fair item. I'd like to have a presentation on all of the planned pedestrian and cyclist safety projects that staff is either already working on or the planning is, we're getting ready to start planning those. I'd just like to know where we're putting our resources in terms of pedestrian and cyclist safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that, Vice Mayor. I believe we're probably going to get 7 requests for something around bicycle safety this evening. I was out of town this weekend with very iffy reception and having a very difficult time following events and staying on top of things, and never really got a chance on social media or elsewhere to share my condolences and reflect on the shocking events of Friday night. So I just want to say here that my heart very much goes out to the family and the close friends of Joanna and the others who have been injured, as well as, frankly, to the tow truck driver. We don't know a lot of what was going on. I imagine the sun played a factor. There's all sorts of things that could be at work here, and it's just a tragedy all around. And I just want to acknowledge that, and I hope that we can use this as a springboard and a catalyst for some massive improvements, certainly along Butler, but everywhere throughout Flagstaff, where we have a purview on exacting those changes that need to happen in order to make our multimodal framework more of a reality and more of a calling. I do have one other fair item I would like to introduce. So I've been hearing a lot of different groups do something that is referred to as a land acknowledgement at the start of meetings. I know Ms. Deb Harris does this with the Southside Community Center, and I reached out to her to get a hold of the language that she uses for that. I've heard her invoke this on a number of occasions. And of course, whenever I'm meeting with anybody related to tribal issues, a land acknowledgement is usually pronounced. I think it's high time that we as a council initiate a land use acknowledgement as a normal part of the beginning of our council meetings. So I'm suggesting that we require this land acknowledgement vis-a-vis the rules of procedure, I think would be the best way to do this, to make sure it's codified for future councils as well. To be read by mayor or a council member during the agenda's Pledge of Allegiance and mission statement section. And here's the suggested language I would like to start with. The Flagstaff City Council recognizes that the city we consider home sits at the base of the Sacred Peaks on homelands shepherded by more than 12 tribal nations and indigenous peoples throughout this region. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their past, current, and future generations who will forever call this place home. And this language is, of course, subject to subsequent amendments through the council deliberation process, and I would also welcome and encourage Rose Tohi's input as our official Indigenous coordinator, and the input of others. City manager and city attorney, I will send you this language through an email, but I would love to get that agendized as a discussion topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy.
The only thing that comes to mind is tomorrow there will be a Metro Plan meeting, and when I was going over the agenda packet for that, it had a list of priorities. And I noticed that pedestrian and bicycle safety issues were really towards, I think they were number 2 out of the list of about a dozen or 15 items. So I was pleased to see that. So I think, as Mr. Aslan talked about, we are all very saddened that we had this accident at Butler and Beaver. But I will say that there is some interest in moving this forward in the community, and even before this accident happened. So I'll leave it at that for tonight. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reverberate what I posted on Facebook a few days ago as our community grieves with the family and friends of Miss Joanna Wheaton and the 4 bicyclists who are still in the hospital after that tragic accident. And I do want to recognize every member of our community, every business owner who have offered support financially, morally, support in any way. So it's even more, while we grieve, it's a relief to see that our community is coming together in the middle of a tragedy. I also recognize that a week ago there was a tragic accident. It's also, but it's a vehicular accident in one of our main roads. So I think also and I'll bring this up to our Metro Plan board tomorrow, just a kind of review of all of our traffic management and safety measure. How can we protect our bicyclists and our cyclists and our drivers from tragic accidents? I'm also keeping in mind my high school classmate. Her son died last year as he was walking a street in California. So, so this tragic accidents on the streets, whether it's here or in other state, happen. And I wonder at a policy level what we can do and to provide more safety for our cyclists, pedestrians, and of course our drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I already feel my heart rate increasing? You know, this has hit home. I'm gonna try to keep it together. I wrote down my comments because I didn't want to misspeak in my role as a council member tonight. So, Council, I appreciate you allowing me the space to share these comments. It's not too long, but it's going to take a few minutes. So, thank you in advance for your patience. Okay. The tragedy that occurred this past Friday shook us all to our cores. The collision between a tow truck and 6 cyclists, resulting in the loss of life of one and the others in critical condition, is unimaginable. Joanna Wheaton lost her life that night. Joanna Wheaton served on our housing commission and was very engaged with the mayor and council, often setting up one-on-ones to discuss how we might better serve the most vulnerable in our community. Joe had passion and cared deeply for others. I want to thank you, Joe, for your service and your efforts here in Flagstaff in our community. You will be missed. Both Dapper Dre and Sarah Grace are currently in the hospital and are recovering and fighting for their lives as they work to heal their bodies with the great work of the staff at the hospital. This horrible accident occurred during Flagstaff Bike Party's monthly community ride, where locals are empowered to ride their bikes regularly and safely. If this can happen to a group of over 70 cyclists riding together for safety's sake, this can happen to any of us. The sad truth is that these types of collisions between vehicles and cyclists occur often and often don't get the recognition that they need for us to address them properly as policy setters. And often, unfortunately, can result in the loss of life. Cyclists risk their lives every day by sharing the road with cars, trucks, vehicles weighing thousands of pounds, and are often moving faster than us as a cyclist. On top of this, there are so many distractions on your everyday driver. Go stand at a busy corner at any street and watch what happens when cars come to a stop at a stoplight. Their heads go down, their phones come out, and often when that light turns green, they move forward with their heads still down. This is a huge concern to me as a cyclist and as a council member. Cyclists aren't always seen or considered in one's thoughts while driving these vehicles, potentially devastating to life. We shouldn't be having cars and cyclists sharing the road separated by a small strip of paint. Period, end of story. I say that so often. I know that the ATMP is going to address separated lanes, integrating this approach into our design standards, but we must and can do more to keep our community safe. A list of examples of things that come to mind, and I'm not going to claim to know all the answers, and I'm looking forward to the community discussion ahead in figuring out what we can do to really create an impact. But a quick list is better signage, warning folks as they go from east side to west side or to areas of which there are more pedestrians and that we know have more collisions, that there are pedestrians and that they need to be more alert as a driver. Review of our practices and how we build to accommodate community growth. Are we moving people or are we moving cars? Are we prioritizing our plans centered around pedestrians or single individual vehicles, moving one person at a time? we need to look at the areas of concern where collisions occur regularly. We have data on this, council, and better address safety measures in those areas. We need to adjust speed limits on streets like Butler. We need to better address distracted drivers proactively and not just reactively. We need to see through the separated lane pilot projects that are funded in our budget and make that a priority that doesn't happen in a year from now, but in months from now. And then we need to consider things like Vision Zero Network, which is something that we were emailed about recently, where this Vision Zero Network is a collaborative campaign helping communities reach their goals of Vision Zero, limiting all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, equitable mobility for all. This is something I'm interested in. So in conclusion, Vice Mayor, thank you for bringing forward your fair. I too was going to bring forward a fair, and so I'm just going to say it just to add it. I'm not too sure what we should move forward with. I would like for us to have a community conversation about bicycle and pedestrian safety and how the city can better prioritize the movement of people and not just vehicle travel. And the recovery process for those who have been hit and impacted, it's going to take a long time and it's going to be painful. And that there are so many in our community who are struggling today with tragedy, including myself. It's going to take not months, if not years, to overcome this horrific event. So if you are struggling like myself, seek help, talk to friends, feel your emotions, seek and professional support, and we will get through this as a community. And I have faith in this city and in the city council to rise above and do what's best in implementing change that isn't just talk, but is fundamentally shifting the way we operate as a community for our pedestrians and our cyclists. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for letting me speak, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Okay, Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank my colleagues for just the heartfelt to and from tonight, and my heart is definitely heavy. There are multiple fundraisers happening throughout town, and I wanted to make sure that people are aware that, you know, the medical bills are going to add up. These fundraisers are important, and they are posted all over social media. And if you would like more information, please feel free to email my city council email directly, and I can share exactly where the fundraisers are happening. And my heart and condolences go out to the victims and the families of those that were in the bike party horrific accident this past week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I think this incident on Friday is a wake-up call to a lot of us. It's also a call to action, especially for us as elected leaders. And I don't think I think city manager and staff have heard us pretty loud and clear. I don't know if this is needed as a fair. I think we should hopefully get this on the agenda right away without having that extra step as a fair. But we need to know what we're doing, what's in the works, how we can reprioritize potentially some of our projects. What would it look like if we drop Butler down to 25 miles an hour through the south side? What would it look like if we disallowed commercial vehicles from driving on Butler and they would have to go on Route 66? Where are feasible places for roundabouts that we can have a very safe north to south route through our community? Sunday, I woke up in the morning over all this, and I was just like, we just have to do something. We can. It's our responsibility, and I want this to be a call to action and us to fulfill our responsibilities, to be doing everything we can to prevent a situation like this from happening again. So again, I'll look forward to that conversation, and I think we can get that ball rolling without that extra fair step. We just need to get that as a discussion item in a work session and start really hashing some of these things out. Aside from that, I just want to wish everyone happy Pride Month. The flag went up this morning. I was happy to see it up there again. And aside from that, if City Manager, do you have anything to add tonight, or we can close our to, from, and adjourn?
I have nothing further, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for a thoughtful meeting.
Thank you. Well, without further ado, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Have a good night.